Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. Whisper of the koto in the night. Prologue. The string that trembles in the dark. Night settled over the old village like a layer of soft indigo silk. The houses, arranged along the narrow winding river, glowed faintly from within, not with noise or bustle, but with the gentle flicker of lampson. The sound of wind brushing against shoji screens. Far beyond the clustered rooftops, where the last lantern light faded into darkness, stood an ancient house. Its roof was curved with age, and its wooden pillars breathed quietly like old trees remembering spring. Inside that house, a single instrument rested. A koto, its paulownia wood polished by generations, its 13 strings stretched with a tension that felt alive. Even in silence, it seemed to listen to the night. And sometimes, when the world grew still enough, and the moon rose high enough, and the wind held its breath, the koto would whisper. Very softly, like memory, like longing, like someone calling a name he had not spoken in centuries. Tonight, the first whisper came early. A single note, barely more than a sigh, trembled across the dark floor. Someone heard it. A young woman, lying awake in her room on the far side of the village, sat up. Her name was Miyako, and she had always felt that the nights held a voice meant only for her. She closed her eyes, listened, and heard it again, the faintest pluck of a string carried on the wind. As though the night had chosen this moment to open a forgotten door. Miyako rose, drew her shawl around her shoulders, and stepped into the moonlit path. The koto was calling, and she knew it was calling her. Chapter 1. The path lit by wind and water. The moon hung low over the quiet village, its pale light flowing like milk across the rippling surface of the river. Miyako walked slowly along the narrow path, her sandals brushing softly against the packed earth. Every few steps, she paused not from fear, but from listening. Listening for that sound. That trembling note that came not from human hands but from memory itself. The village slept. Only the cicadas kept watch, their rhythmic calls weaving gently into the night air. A dog barked once in the distance, then silence folded over the houses again. Miyako's shawl fluttered in a small breeze that flowed down the river. And with the breeze came another sound. A soft, wavering tone. Keen, so delicate that it might have been mistaken for the rustle of bamboo. But Miyako knew better. "That's the koto," she whispered to no one. Her heart trembled with the same fragile vibration. She followed the breeze as it drifted around a bend in the river. Here, the air grew cooler, and the water deepened to a polished obsidian mirror where the moon reflected with startling clarity. Miyako stopped. Sometimes, when night was especially quiet, the river held echoes. Not of sound, but of moments, glimpses of someone standing on a bridge long gone, or lanterns floating during a festival that had not been celebrated for a century. But tonight, the reflection held only her. And behind her, a pair of lanterns glowed. She turned slowly. Old Master Segusa, the village's storyteller, stood holding 2 paper lanterns. His presence was gentle, the kind that made the night feel softer. "You heard it again," he said quietly. Miyako nodded. "The koto is restless tonight," he continued, extending one lantern toward her. She took it carefully. "It calls when something is remembered," Segusa murmured. "Or when someone is meant to remember." Miyako gazed up the path. The whisper of the koto had faded again, but she could feel its vibration inside her feet, in the soft pulse of the lantern. "Are you going to the old house?" Segusa asked. Miyako hesitated only briefly. "Yes." The old storyteller breathed out a long, thoughtful sigh. "Then go safely. And listen closely. If the koto calls your name, answer gently. It has been alone a very long time." Miyako bowed. Segusa bowed back. Then she turned and continued along the moonlit path, the lantern swaying lightly at her side. Ahead, far beyond the trees and shadows, the ancient house waited. And through the quiet night, as if stirring in its sleep, the koto whispered again. A single note, bright as moonlight and soft as breath. Chapter 2: The House Beyond the Bamboo Grove. Miyako followed the narrow path as it curved away from the river and slipped quietly into a grove of tall bamboo. The stalks rose on either side of her like green pillars, holding up the night sky, their leaves whispering each time the wind passed through. Her lantern cast gentle circles of light on the ground, illuminating smooth stones and patches of moss that glowed faintly beneath the moonlight. Every so often, a firefly drifted by slow, sleepy, blinking like a wandering star too tired to stay in the heavens. Miyako paused, watching one land on a bamboo leaf and rest there. "You're awake late too," she murmured. The firefly blinked once as if in agreement. A breeze stirred, cool and steady. It carried with it a familiar vibration. He-I-an. Another string. A slightly lower note. Almost a question. Miyako's breath caught. The koto was closer now. She stepped deeper into the grove, the bamboo swaying above her like figures bowing gently in greeting. The path narrowed before it opened suddenly into a clearing. And there, standing in its quiet solitude, was the house. The house that listened. The ancient house rose from the center of the clearing like a memory that refused to fade. Its wooden walls were a deep, soft brown weathered to velvet by countless seasons. The roof tiles glinted faintly with dew, and the veranda stretched like a dark ribbon along the front. The house looked neither abandoned nor occupied. It looked awake. Miyako felt her shoulders relax despite herself. She had known this place only in distant whispers and childhood tales told by elders on long winter nights. They said the house was older than any person in the village. Older than the bridge. Older than the river's name. But the koto inside it was older still. Miyako climbed the first step onto the veranda. The wood creaked gently beneath her feet, not in warning, but in recognition. As though it remembered another set of footsteps much like hers. She lifted her lantern. Its warm light brushed across the door, revealing delicate swirling carvings, waves, wind, and faint lines that might have been strings. She touched the carving lightly. Immediately, the house breathed. She felt it, a soft, slow movement in the air around her, like old lungs exhaling after a long silence. Then, from within the shadows of the house came a sound. A single note on the koto. Lower, steadier, more deliberate than before. Not a whisper. A calling. Miyako closed her eyes, letting the vibration settle into the quiet spaces of her chest. "I'm here," she answered softly. As if obeying her voice, the sliding door shifted open by the width of 2 fingers. A welcome. A request. Miyako stepped inside. The room where the strings sleep. The air inside the house was warm and fragrant, a blend of incense, aged wood, and tatami that had soaked up centuries of footsteps and sun. Her lantern's light revealed a long corridor stretching into darkness. At the far end, a faint glow flickered. Miyako walked toward it, the floorboards humming quietly under her weight. The glow led her to a room with its shoji doors half open. She slid them aside. There, in the center of the room, rested the koto. Its paulownia wood gleamed as though freshly polished, though no one had lived here for generations. Its strings shimmered with an almost moon-like sheen. The air around it vibrated faintly. Miyako knelt at the edge of the tatami. "Why are you calling me?" she whispered. The koto did not answer. But a soft breeze slipped through a crack in the wall, brushing its strings. Ho-en, a single tone. Bright, clear, lonely. And Miyako felt a small, delicate ache deep inside her chest. As though the koto were not calling her name, but waiting for her hands. She reached out slowly, hesitantly, letting her fingertips hover just above the strings. A warmth radiated from the instrument. Gentle, familiar, like the touch of someone long gone. Miyako whispered, "Did I know you once?" The koto answered with a trembling note, quiet, but unmistakably alive. Chapter 3: The 13th String. The koto lay before Miyako, its strings shimmering faintly as though touched by a moonbeam that had slipped through the roof. Her fingers hovered just above the surface, close enough to feel warm, but not yet touching. Something inside her whispered that she should not rush. The koto was not an object. Not tonight. Tonight, it was a being that breathed. A being that had waited. Miyako took a slow breath and let her hand lower. Her fingertips brushed the first string. A note bloomed soft, pure, like water catching light. It vibrated through her bones, warming her from the inside. Miyako's eyes widened. She hadn't plucked it. The sound had come simply from her touch. She traced the second string. Another note answered, lower, gentler. She moved to the third, then the fourth. Each string awakened not with the sharpness of a played instrument but with the tenderness of a memory stirring. And then, when she reached the end of the koto, she paused. There should have been 13 strings. But the final one, the 13th string, looked different, thinner, more luminous, as though woven from strands of moonlight and breath. Miyako leaned closer. A faint vibration radiated from it, steady, patient, like a heartbeat. She whispered, "What are you?" The string glowed faintly in response. Not bright enough to startle. Just enough to feel living. Miyako reached out and touched it. The moment her finger met the string, the world shifted. The echo hidden beneath silence. The room darkened as though the lanterns had forgotten to hold their flame. The air thickened, warm and slow, like the pause between an inhale and exhale. And behind that darkness, something moved. Not a person, not a shadow, not anything she could name. But a presence. A soft, quiet presence that felt familiar in the way a childhood lullaby felt familiar, even if it hadn't been heard since infancy. Miyako closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her eyelids, a scene flickered. Smooth wooden floors. Sunlight spilling through shoji screens. Laughter light, distant, like bells carried on the wind. And someone's hands guiding her over the koto's strings. A voice murmured, "Again, Miyako. Feel the breath of the string. It will guide you." Miyako's breath caught. She knew that voice. But she couldn't place the memory. It felt older than her own life. The 13th string vibrated again, a low pulse that seemed to echo inside her rib cage. And suddenly the darkness lifted. Light returned to the room, soft and golden. Miyako found herself kneeling before the koto once more, her hand still resting on the 13th string. Her skin tingled. Her heartbeat matched the vibration of the string. She whispered, "Were you mine?" The koto's entire body gave a faint tremor so subtle that it could have been imagination. But Miyako felt the answer. Not in words, in warmth, in memory, in longing. The bowed door, a soft creak echoed through the quiet house. Miyako turned sharply. At the far side of the room, a small sliding door, one she had not noticed before, shifted open by the width of a few grains of rice. A draft flowed in, carrying the scent of old wooden, distant incense. The koto's 13th string gave one more pulse, gentle, urging. Miyako rose slowly. "You want me to go there?" The string vibrated again, just once. Affirmation. The lantern in her hand brightened. Miyako walked toward the small door and slid it open fully. Beyond it was a staircase, narrow, steep, leading downward into a darkness that felt like a held breath. She hesitated only a moment. The koto had not called her to leave her at its threshold. There was more, much more. Taking a slow, steady breath, Miyako descended the stairs, each step carrying her deeper into the memory she had forgotten. The darkness was warm and waiting. Chapter 4: The Room That Remembers. The wooden steps creaked softly under Miyako's weight as she descended, lantern held close to her chest. Each creak felt deliberate, as though the house itself was acknowledging her presence with quiet, gentle greetings. The air changed as she reached the bottom. It was cooler here, yet not cold, more like the shade of a cedar tree on a late summer afternoon. The lantern's glow pushed back just enough darkness for Miyako to make out the outline of a single room. A sliding door stood half open, inviting her with the patience of something that had waited far too long to be seen again. Miyako stepped forward and eased the door aside. The room beyond was small, square, and utterly still. Tatami mats lay fresh and undisturbed, as though they had waited decades without gathering dust. Against the far wall stood a shelf filled with neatly arranged objects. Small scrolls, bundles of old washi paper, inkstones, and a row of slender wooden boxes each tied with faded red cord. But what drew Miyako's eyes was the object sitting at the center of the room. A second koto. This one is smaller, simpler, its wood darker and more worn than the one upstairs. A practice koto. Children's size. Miyako's breath caught. Something inside her chest, something hidden beneath years of unasked questions shifted softly. She approached the instrument as though approaching her own reflection. Kneeling beside it, she touched the wood. Warm. Alive. Waiting. Did I? The memory flickered so quick and fragile that it felt like a sagat at the edge of awareness. She closed her eyes, letting the stillness settle. Then, a whisper, faint, like breath against her ear. "You loved this room." Miyako's eyes opened wide. The voice did not belong to anyone in the room. It came from everywhere, from the tatami, from the walls, from the air itself. From memory. Not frightening. Not intrusive. Simply familiar. So familiar it made her chest ache. Miyako answered the voice with a tremor in her whisper. "Who are you?" Silence. Then a soft rustle, the kind a kimono sleeve makes when someone kneels beside you. But no one was there. Instead, the lantern dimmed slightly as if bowing its flame. And the small koto's strings gave a gentle hum one after another, like a hand running softly across them. The same pattern Miyako had felt upstairs. The same breath. The same warmth. She brought her fingers to the first string. It sang immediately, not from being plucked, but from contact alone. A childish tone. Higher. Clearer. Miyako swallowed. This instrument belonged to a much younger version of herself. A time she could not recall. Or rather, a time she had stopped allowing herself to recall. Memories in the tatami. She placed both hands upon the small koto. A wave of warmth rose through her fingers and spread across her arms, reaching her heart like a gentle embrace. Her breath trembled. The memory surfaced. Sunlight is pouring in through a narrow window. Her small hands were hovering above this very instrument. A woman's voice guiding her. Soft. Loving. A voice she had convinced herself she had forgotten. Her mother. Not the distant figure her adult mind remembered, but a younger version, warm, laughing, coaxing music from her timid hands. The room blurred. For a moment, she was no longer grown. She was a child kneeling on this same tatami, learning to play the simplest of phrases. Her mother's fingers rested gently on top of hers. Listen to the quiet between the notes, Miyako. That is where the heart rests. A tear slipped down her cheek before she realized. The koto vibrated again, a comforting hum that felt like a hand on her back. She let her tears fall freely onto the wood. The instrument did not mind. It had waited through years of silence. It could carry a few drops of longing. When the memory faded, she stayed kneeling, breathing slowly, letting the tatami's soft scent steady her. Then she noticed something. One of the small wooden boxes on the shelf glowed faintly. A quiet invitation, a thread leading deeper into her forgotten past. Miyako rose slowly and walked toward it. As she reached out to untie the faded red cord, the lantern brightened sharply, as though holding its breath. This box, she knew intuitively, held something important. Something beautiful. Something she had once treasured more than anything. She loosened the knot. The lid slid open. And inside, there was something that made her heart still. Something that would change the course of the memories awaiting her. Chapter 5. The melody folded in paper. Inside the wooden box, resting carefully on a piece of pale linen, was a single sheet of handmade washi paper, aged, but impeccably preserved. Its edges curled gently, like a leaf kept safe in a book for many years. The lantern's soft glow revealed faint lines across the surface, as though someone had written on it with tender, deliberate strokes. Miyako lifted it carefully. The paper smelled faintly of cedar and something sweet, plum blossoms, perhaps, or the memory of a quiet spring. Her breath caught as she unfolded it. It was a piece of sheet music. But not printed, not formal, not meant for performance halls or competitions or the rigid world she had grown accustomed to. The notes were hand-drawn in ink, each curve filled with personality, gentle, almost playful, as though they had been written while humming softly. Below the first line of notes, in simple but graceful handwriting, was a title. Yazano Komoriuta, Lullaby of the Night Seat. Miyako's fingers trembled. She knew the handwriting. Her mother's. She brushed a thumb lightly over the inked title as though touching her mother's hand through time. A warmth rose in her chest, not quite sorrow, not quite joy, but something between them, like a memory returning home after years spent wandering. At the bottom of the page, there was a short written message. Miyako leaned closer to read it. For my little Miyako, so she will always remember how the night sings. Mother. Her breath hitched. The message wasn't long, yet it felt as thought a whole room softened around her, the tatami, the wooden beams, even the lantern's glow. As if the house itself recognized the lullaby and welcomed its return. A faint vibration stirred behind her. Miyako slowly turned. The small koto in the corner hummed softly, strings moving, wood resonating, as though the instrument thought read the music over her shoulder and responded in greeting. A single note rose, clear and bright, cutting through the stillness like a bell in winter air. Then another, and another. The notes fell into a pattern, not a complete melody, but the outline of one, the beginning of a memory trying to find its way home. Miyako knelt before the koto again and laid the music sheet beside it. Her mother's lullaby, a piece she had never heard, or perhaps heard long ago, before memory had the power to preserve or distort. She placed her fingers in the first 3 strings. They vibrated beneath her touches, if greeting her gently. "Teach me," she whispered. The room answered. Tatami rustled, wood sighed, and the faint scent of old books rose from the shelves as though the house had been waiting for this moment for decades. Miyako plucked the first note. It resonated deeply, not only in the room, but within her chest. Then she plucked the second. A warmth spread through her fingers, almost like someone guiding them. Her mother's hands. Not physically, not as a ghost, but as a memory shaped by love. Miyako closed her eyes and let her fingers move. The notes trickled out, fragile, hesitant, but undeniably familiar. A lullaby. A song meant to soothe, to comfort, to promise safety in the quiet of night. And as she played, the small room felt fuller, as though someone else knelt beside her, humming softly. Miyako opened her eyes just a little. A warm shimmer hung in the corner of the room. No shape, no figure. Just a gentle golden presence, like lantern light made softer by memory. The koto vibrated again, harmonizing with her fingers. When she finished the last note, the golden shimmer slowly faded into the air. The lantern steadied. Silence returned, but a warm, living silence. Miyako pressed the sheet music to her chest. "I remember," she whispered. "I remember this feeling. Not the full memory. Not yet. But the emotion. The warmth of sitting beside her mother. The soft rhythm of a lullaby. The peace of being held without needing to understand why." And deep in her heart, something unlocked. A promise of more memories, waiting patiently in the shadows. Chapter 6: The Drawer That Would Not Stay Closed. Miyako stayed kneeling beside the small koto for a long moment, letting the warmth of the remembered lullaby settle into her breathing. The lantern flame quivered, casting long shadows that swayed softly like reeds in a twilight breeze. Everything in the room felt calmer now, as if the house itself had exhaled after holding its breath for years. Yet something tugged faintly at her awareness. A soft click. Not loud. Not startling. More like the sound of a wooden drawer slowly opening by itself. Miyako turned toward the shelf. One of the drawers that had been fully closed earlier was now open by a finger's width. She rose quietly and approached it. Her fingertips brushed the handle. The wood was smooth, slightly cool, but seemed to warm instantly under her touch, as if recognizing her. She pulled the drawer open. Inside was a small bundle wrapped in deep indigo fabric. At first glance, it looked like a simple cloth pouch. But when she lifted it, she felt weight inside something solid, with edges that suggested wood and metal. She placed the bundle onto the tatami and slowly unwrapped it. Inside lay a beautifully crafted wooden key. Its surface was carved with patterns so delicate they looked like ripples on quiet water. The shape was unlike any key she had seen, longer, sleeker, almost ceremonial. And at the top, carved into the wood with astonishing precision, was a single kanji. "Haha, mother." Miyako's breath stilled. This key was made by her mother. But for what? The house was old, built long before modern locks and keys. Most doors were sliding screens. Drawers opened simply, without mechanisms. Why would her mother create a key? The lantern flickered. A breeze, though there were no open windows, brushed across the tatami, carrying with it a faint but unmistakable scent. Plum blossoms. The same scent Miyako remembered from childhood, but had not thought of in years. The blossom-scented breeze moved toward the far corner of the room, toward a wooden panel she had not noticed before. Unlike the other walls, this panel was plain, unadorned, and slightly darker, as if touched often by a gentle hand. Miyako stepped closer. The panel did not match the room. It was newer, added afterward. She ran her fingers across its surface. The grain of the wood was smoother than its surroundings, softened in the way that occurs only when someone has touched it repeatedly over many quiet years. Near the edge was a small opening. Not large enough for a typical key, but exactly the shape for the wooden one she held. Her heart quickened. "Mother, did you leave something here?" As if in answer, the koto behind her gave a single, delicate note, one of affirmation. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the key toward the opening. The moment the carved wood touched the panel, a soft click sounded. Not sharp, not mechanical, gentle, like the final note of a lullaby. The panel shifted. A hidden door, so cleverly integrated into the wall that it was nearly invisible, slid open with a whisper of wood against wood. Beyond it lay a narrow space, not a full room, not quite a closet. Something between them. A personal alcove. The air inside was warmer than the surrounding room, as if it had been holding the last trace of someone's presence for many years. Miyako stepped inside. The lantern light followed her, casting a soft glow over the objects arranged carefully within the alcove. A folded kimono, the color of morning sky. A small lacquered box decorated with plum petals. A half-finished piece of embroidery featuring a crescent moon. And there resting atop a wooden stand was something that made Miyako freeze. A third koto. But unlike the others, this one was incomplete. Strings missing. Bridges absent. Its surface is sanded smooth but not yet lacquered. A koto that her mother had been making. A koto she never had the chance to finish. Miyako's hand rose to her mouth. She knelt beside it with reverence and heartbreak. On the unfinished wood lay a slip of paper so small and delicate it could have been overlooked entirely. She lifted it. The handwriting was unmistakably her mother's. For Miyako. To finish when she is ready to hear the night's true song. Miyako's tears fell silently onto the unfinished instrument. All at once, the fragments of memory, the forgotten lullabies, the warmth of her mother's hands, the silence in the house aligned into a soft, aching truth. Her mother had intended for Miyako to inherit not just music, but peace. A place where the night was not frightening, but gentle. A sanctuary woven from tatami, old books, and the whisper of koto strings. Miyako placed both hands on the unfinished instrument. The wood felt warm, welcoming, and somewhere deep in the quiet of the house a low, resonant hum rose. Not from the lantern, not from the air, from the walls themselves, as if the house recognized Miyako at last not as a visitor but as the one it had been waiting to return. Chapter 7 The Last Note Sleeping in the House. The unfinished koto rested beneath Miyako's fingertips as though it had been waiting for this precise moment, for her hands, for her breath, for her return. The alcove was small, but it felt vast, a pocket of time untouched by the years. The lantern's glow deepened, its light brushing the kimono, the lacquered box, the half-moon embroidery, casting gentle shadows that moved like slow waves. Miyako inhaled. The scent here was different from the rest of the house. Less like old wooden, more like warm sunlight on spring mats, cloth dried beside an open window, her mother's hair as she leaned close to teach a melody. A scent of memory itself. She brushed her fingers lightly over the surface of the unfinished koto. The wood responded with the faintest resonance, not quite a note, not quite silence. A heartbeat. Her mother's heartbeat. She paused, listened deeper. Somewhere beyond the alcove, faint and fragile, a sound stirred. A tone. Single. Lonely. Almost too soft to hear. But unmistakable. A koto string vibrating in the distance. Miyako rose slowly and stepped out of the alcove, lantern in hand. The room beyond was unchanged, tatami still, dust unstirred, the child's koto resting beside the shelf. Yet the sound she heard did not come from it. It came from the floorboards beneath her. From below. A place she had not yet explored. Miyako's heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from a strange and profound familiarity. She knelt and placed her palm against the tatami. Another note rose faint, warm, as if plucked by a ghost with hands made of memory. Miyako whispered into the quiet, "Mother?" The floor beneath her gave the gentlest shiver, like a sleeper stirring. Not a haunting. Not an apparition. An echo. A memory alive. Inato answered its name. The lantern flickered, then steadied. And in the far corner of the room, almost invisible against the wooden wall, Miyako noticed something new. A narrow seam. A rectangle of slightly different color. A hidden trapdoor. Her breath caught. She approached it slowly, as though approaching a sleeping creature. The trapdoor had no handle. No metal latch, only a small circular indentation carved neatly into its surface. An indentation exactly the size of the wooden key. Miyako held the key tightly and knelt beside the door. Her hands trembled with reverence, with anticipation, with the weight of all the unanswered years. She pressed the carved key into the indentation. Soft resistance. Then a warm click so gentle it felt like a sigh. The trapdoor rose itself an inch. Miyako lifted it open. A breath of air escaped, cooler but carrying a faint pulse of the same plum blossom scent. Below was a staircase descending into darkness. But before the darkness could frighten her, the lantern flame brightened as though reassuring her. "You will not walk alone." Miyako began her descent. The steps were narrow but sturdy. Each one creaked softly, as if greeting her in a language older than words. At the bottom lay a small underground room. A single candle rested on a stand in the center. As if sensing her presence, the candle ignited with a soft pop of flame. The room was filled with gentle amber light. And there against the far wall was a fourth koto. Not a child's. Not unfinished. A full instrument, old but lovingly cared for, its lacquer deep as night water. Miyako approached. Something about this koto felt sacred, not because it was hidden, but because it was loved. More than loved. Protected. A sheet of paper lay on its surface. Folded once. Clean. Untouched by dust. Miyako picked it up and opened it. Her mother's handwriting flowed across the page in lines soft as breath. My beloved Miyako. Music travels where words cannot. When you are ready, listen to the final note of our home. It sleeps in this koto, waiting only for your touch. Mother. Miyako set the letter ASI deemed lowered herself before the instrument. Her hands trembled not with fear but with an overwhelming longing to know, to remember, to reconnect. She placed her fingers in the first string. The room seemed to inhale. And then, the moment she plucked it, the house above her answered. Multiple vibrations rose from the floors, the walls, the ceilings, the resonance of all three kotos awakening in harmony. A chord of memory shimmered through the foundation. Soft, warm, familiar. The chord her mother had played every night after Miyako fell asleep. Her lullaby, the last note her mother had left behind. It traveled through the room and into her heart, a soft, pulsing warmth like a hand on her cheek. And for the first time in many years, Miyako felt truly held. Chapter 8. When the house became a single instrument. The single note Miyako plucked hung in the air longer than it should have, stretching, rippling, like a drop of water falling into a still pond and sending rings outward. The underground room held its breath. Then a soft, answering tremor rose from above. At first, Miyako thought it was merely an echo, vibration traveling through wood and earth. But no, she could feel it. This was not an echo. It was a response. The house answered. Her pulse quickened, but her breath remained calm, strangely calm, as though the house's rising song wrapped around her like a familiar blanket. She placed her fingers back on the strings. A touch. A hum. Another note. A second tremor rose from the floors above, this time stronger, richer, resonating through pillars and beams and walls. It was as if the entire house had been crafted to carry sound. Not just to contain it but to participate in it. Miyako whispered, almost without meaning to, "Mother, what did you build here?" The candle flickered, casting the room in warm waves of amber that reminded her a lantern light on festival nights. She lifted her hands and played again. A simple pattern. The first four notes of the lullaby she had found upstairs. The moment the pattern took shape, the whole house awakened. The faint, fragile vibrations became a chorus of subtle tones rising from every koto in every room. The child's koto she had touched earlier, the large koto upstairs that sang for her in the night, and even the unfinished one sleeping in the alcove. Their voices blended into a single resonant wave that traveled through the house like wind sweeping over rice fields in early summer. Not loud, never loud, just present. alive, like a family breathing together. Miyako pressed a hand to her chest. Something warm was opening inside her, something she had kept closed for years without realizing. She played again. The melody grew longer, more fluid, more certain. The notes were simple, but the house carried them with a tenderness that made Miyako's throat tighten. Walls vibrated softly, sliding doors shivered as though sighing, beams hummed in deep, low tones that felt like comfort. The house was singing with her. Her mother had created this. Not by accident. Not by whim. This house was an instrument. A place where music and memory were woven together into its very foundation. A sanctuary built for sound, for healing, for connection. For Miyako. Her breath trembled. She played the next line, the soft rise that her mother used to hum while brushing Miyako's hair. At that exact moment, the unfinished koto upstairs responded with a faint harmonic tone, delicate and pure like a single star in a winter night sky. A tear slid down Miyako's cheek. "The whole house is alive," she whispered. "No, it's remembering." For a moment, the music swelled, all kotos resonating in gentle harmony. Then, slowly, the vibrations softened, settled, and the house returned to its resting silence. Miyako's hands dropped to her lap. The candle flame steadied. The underground room felt warm, so warm that she almost expected her mother to step through the doorway, smiling softly, ready to praise her for remembering the song of their nights. But the room remained still. No ghosts. No figures. No illusions. Only music. Only memory. Only love. Miyako rose to her feet and touched the surface of the koto once more. "Thank you," she whispered. Not to the instrument. Not to the house. To the presence that had gently guided her through every step of the night. Her mother's love. The candle flickered as though accepting her gratitude. Miyako turned and looked toward the staircase. For the first time since entering the house, she felt no weight on her chest. No tightness. No unspoken sorrow. Only a calm, deep certainty. There was still one memory left. One final truth waiting in the silence of the house. A truth she was finally ready to face. Chapter 9: The Silence That Guarded the House. When Miyako climbed the staircase out of the underground room, a gentle warmth followed. Her a lingering vibration that settled into the floorboards as if the house itself were exhaling after a long-held breath. The storm had passed. The night was still. Yet the house felt different now. Lighter. Awake. As she stepped into the hallway, a soft creak echoed beneath her. Feet, a familiar sound, but now it carried a tone almost like a plucked string. the faintest kin that faded into the quiet. Not haunting, welcoming. Miyako paused, letting her fingertips brush the wooden wall. "Thank you," she whispered again. The silence around her deepened, not heavy, not foreboding, but protective, like a guardian watching patiently for her next step. She walked slowly down the hall toward the room where it had all begun, the room where she had first heard the mysterious melody in the night. The sliding door waited for her. Closed. Still. But the air around it felt charged with quiet anticipation. Miyako slid the door aside. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight spilling through the shoji screens. It painted soft, pale squares across the tatami-like stepping stones. There, in the center of the room, rested the unfinished koto. Its surface gleamed faintly like a sliver of dawn floating in the night. Miyako approached it and knelt. Her hand hovered just above the instrument. It didn't sing. Not like before. Not on its own. It waited. The silence surrounding it felt deliberate, a silence with purpose. As if holding breath for something only she could do. Then Miyako remembered her mother's words from the old letter she had found. "When the melody returns to you, the house will finally rest." At the time, she had been confused. Now, she understood. Her mother had built this house to preserve something, not a secret, not a haunting, but a memory. A memory too precious to lose yet too painful to face while alive. A memory embedded in every beam, every panel, every string of every koto. A memory meant only for Miyako. The unfinished koto was the final piece. "Mama," her voice trembled. "What were you trying to tell me?" As she asked, a breeze stirred outside, a gentle rustling of bamboo that brushed against the outer wall in a rhythm Miyako recognized instantly. She had heard that rhythm before. Long ago. A night of summer rain. A night her mother had sat beside her, stroking her hair while humming a melody Miyako had almost forgotten. A melody she now knew in her bones. Without thinking, she closed her eyes and began to hum. Softly, tentatively, a single line. The old lullaby. The same melody she had heard echoing through the Hussein, the depths of night. As the sound left her lips, the room seemed to breathe, walls swelling with warmth, air thickening with memory. And then, a faint, delicate resonance rose from the unfinished koto. A single harmonic note, steady and clear. It wasn't singing on its own. It was answering her. Miyako's breath hitched. She placed her fingers in the strings. The wood felt warm, warmer than any instrument should feel at rest. As if the memory held inside was ready to surface. Her hands trembled. She pressed her palm to the koto's body to steady herself. "Show me," she whispered. "I'm ready." Silence pooled around her, the deep, sacred kind of silence that only exists just before truth. Then she plucked the first note of the lullaby. The string quivered, vibrating beneath her touch. A low hum rose from the floor, not from the koto, but from the house itself. The second note followed. Another hum, warmer this time, as if the memory was being coaxed awake. Third note. Fourth. With each sound, the air thickened like fog curling over water at dawn. Shapes began to shimmer on the edge of her vision, not ghosts, not illusions. Memories. Her mother's silhouette kneeling beside the koto. Her gentle hands guided Miyako's tiny fingers when she was only 4. The scent of cedar shavings clings to her kimono. The soft hum of her breath as she worked into the night. The lullaby wove itself through these fragments, threading them together like silk. Miyako's vision blurred with tears. The house was not haunted. It was remembering. And now it was finally ready to share that memory with her. The lullaby risotto, its final phrase, the one Miyako had never known how to complete. Her mother had always hummed it with a kind of wistful softness, as if the last notes were too tender to speak aloud. But now, the house answered. A soft tone fell from the beams above, followed by another from the floor beneath her. Guiding her, showing her, Miyako lifted her hand and played the final note. A single, pure tone filled the room, the most delicate note she had ever produced. When it faded, the house fell completely silent. But this time, the silence felt complete. Peaceful. Whole. The lullaby was finished. The memory had been passed on. Miyako lowered her hands and exhaled shakily. "Thank you, Mama," she whispered. And the silence, soft and warm as dawn, held her close. Chapter 10: The Koto Maker's Last Memory. The moon drifted higher, casting a soft silver glow through the shoji screen. Miyako remained kneeling before the koto. The room was still warm with the lingering vibrations of the lullaby, a warmth that felt almost human, almost like an embrace. But beneath that warmth lay a quiet invitation. A call to continue. The unfinished koto rested patiently before her, as though encouraging her to look deeper. And so, with delicate hands, Miyako lifted its body and examined the underside, the place where the maker often carved signatures, dates, or secret marks. Her breath caught. There beneath the polished surface, hidden in the shadow of a barely visible groove, were faint, almost invisible symbols carved into the wood. Small, precise, Painstakingly careful, they formed a series of traditional carpenter's marks but arranged in a pattern Miyako had never seen. Mama's secret script. Her mother had once told her, "Every koto has a soul, Miyako. Some souls are quiet. Others speak only to the one who looks closely." This koto was speaking. Miyako traced the marks with her fingertip. At her touch, the wood warmed further. Just Inato let her know he was reading correctly. The marks weren't random. They were deliberate. Guiding her, they formed a map. A map of the entire house. Not the house as it looked now, but the house as it was originally designed. She could see each room, each supporting beam, each corridor. But one part of the map drew her eyes immediately. A sealed space between the living room and the inner garden. A space no door ever led to. A space their mother had never mentioned. "There's another room?" Her pulse quickened. The memory of the house had not finished unfolding. It was showing her where to go next. The unfinished kota gave a faint, quiet knock, a tiny shift in the wood-like encouragement. As though it had been waiting for her to notice. Miyako rose slowly, bowed to the instrument in silent gratitude, and left the room. The hallway was dim, washed in moonlight. The floorboards whispered under her steps, not creaking, but humming gently, as if each plank recognized her. She followed the map's outline in her minden, stopped at the place between the living room and the narrow inner courtyard. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, a plain section of wall with clean, even plaster. No seams, no door, no hint of a hidden space. But the air here, it felt different. Heavier, older, as though carrying the last breath of a forgotten memory. Miyako knelt and pressed her ear to the wall. Silence. Then the faintest vibration. A distant echo. A resonance too gentle to hear but strong enough to feel. It was the same tone as the lullaby. Her mother's lullaby. Miyako stood and placed both palms flat against the wall. "I hear you," she whispered. "I'm coming." With steady fingers, she searched the base for an uneven ridge, a seam, a place where plaster might have been deliberately shaped. Her fingertips paused over a tiny indentation, smaller than a grain of rice. It was not a flaw. It was deliberate. A builder's mark. A koto maker's mark. She pressed it gently. A soft click echoed, not mechanical, but wooden, like a tongue of timber finally relaxing after years of holding its breath. The wall trembled. Then, a panel slid open with a sighing whisper, revealing a narrow doorway leading to a small, dark chamber no larger than a closet. Dust swirled in the moonlight as old air drifted out, air that smelled of cedar, aged paper, and tatami long sealed away. The scent hit Miyako's chest with a jolt of recognition. Her mother's scent. The scent of the nights Miyako had spent sleeping beside her while she worked. Hands shaking, Miyako stepped inside. The room was simple bare walls and a single sitting mat faded from decades of waiting. But against the far wall stood a slender wooden chest. Its surface was etched with the same subtle marks she had seen on the unfinished koto. Her mother's craft. Her mother's hands. Miyako approached and knelt in front of the chest. It was bound with a thin silk cord, worn, but still strong. Her breath trembled as she slid the knot loose. The lid opened with a soft gasp of released years. Inside, wrapped carefully in layers of old kimono cloth, lay a completed koto bridge. A G, the final piece needed to complete the unfinished koto in the other room. But this one it was different. The wood was darker, aged richly. Its shape was slender, more elegant than any G her mother had ever crafted before. And engraved along its base was a single line of text. A message. A message addressed to her. Miyako, this is the last sound I ever shaped. When you find it, you will hear the truth I could not speak. Mother. Her breath broke. Her mother had finished one last piece but had hidden it away, waiting for Miyako to be old Inato understand. Miyako lifted the Ji with trembling reverence. The moment her fingers touched it, the room shifted, a soft hum rising through the walls. Not frightening. Not strange, but familiar, like her mother's voice calling her home. Miyako pressed the G to her heart and let the warmth steady her. She looked around the hidden room one last time. This room was not meant to imprison secrets. It was meant to protect them. And now that she had found the final piece, the house had one last memory to reveal. She stepped back into the hallway, and the panel slid shut behind her with a soft, gentle thud like a book closing at the end of a chapter. Miyako stood in the moonlit corridor holding the final piece of her mother's life's work. The house was silent again. But this silence was not empty. It was waiting. Waiting for her to finish the song. Chapter 11, the sound that was never played. The moon hung high, round and pale, like a silent koto string waiting to be plucked. Miyako walked slowly back toward the music room, the precious G cradled carefully against her chest. The house was utterly still now. Not a whisper of wind. Not a creak of wood. Only the quiet, calm, and absolute of a place holding its breath for the final note. As she slid the door open, the unfinished koto glowed faintly in the moon's soft light. It looked alive, as though the soul of the house had gathered around it, expectant, listening. Miyako knelt in front of it. Her hands shook as she held up the final G, the last piece her mother had ever carved. The G was smooth, warm, and impossibly light, as though years of unspoken memories had been compressed into its slender shape. The engraving shimmered faintly, catching the moonlight. When this bridge meets its string, the truth will sing. Miyako swallowed hard. Mother, am ready. She placed the G gently behind the designated string, a string left intentionally detached, waiting for this exact moment. The wood of the koto shivered softly. The air rippled. A faint note, barely audible, barely real, vibrated through the floor. Then it settled. The koto was whole. A soft warmth seeped into the room, like sunlight rising over a distant mountain. Miyako placed her hands on the finished instrument. Every part of it, every grain of wood, every curve, every tightly wound string felt alive. Alive with memory. Alive with the truth her mother had woven into its body. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and plucked the newly bridged string. A single note rang out. Clear, pure, and unbearably tender. The sound expanded, rising, shimmering, filling the room like water filling a quiet lake. Miyako felt it in her chest, in her spine, in her skin. The note did not fade. It grew. It layered itself, gaining harmonics, resonating with the beams overhead, the floor beneath her, the walls around her. Then softly, like a memory returning from sleep, her mother's voice appeared within the sound. Not speaking, not singing, just humming. The lullaby. The lullaby Miyako thought she had lost. Tears welled instantly, but she did not stop. Her fingers moved instinctively, following the shape of a melody she had once known so deeply that it lived now in her bones. Each note she played was met with another, a soft echo from the house itself, from the long silent koto pieces hidden in its walls. A duet, mother and daughter, separated by death, united by sound. The lullaby flowed, the full version this time, the one her mother had never finished in life. The melody curled through the rafters, slipped beneath door frames, and pressed gently against every corner of the house. And with each passing phrase, the house responded. Floorboards vibrated. Tatami hummed. The lantern cords swayed without wind. The old wood beams echoed with warmth, as though the entire house was finally exhaling after years of silence. Miyako played on, her tears falling silently onto the polished wood. And as she reached the final line, the air around her thickened. A shape began to form in the corner of her vision. Not a ghost, not a spirit, a memory made visible through sound. A soft silhouette kneeling beside her, hands guiding hers, face hidden in brightness. Her mother. Not as a haunting, but as an impression, a presence woven from a lifetime of longing and craft. Miyako didn't dare look directly, but she felt her mother there, warm, quiet, and so achingly familiar. Together, they plucked the final note. It rang out like a bell made of tears. The sound hovered, shimmering, then dissolved gently into silence. A silence that was no longer heavy, no longer guarding, no longer afraid. A silence full of peace. The silhouette faded like dew under sunlight, and Miyako whispered, voice trembling, "Thank you, Mama. I heard it. All of it." The room remained warm, filled with the last residue of her mother's presence. And the house for the first time felt truly rested. The lullaby had been completed. The truth had been sung. And the long silence her mother left behind was over. Chapter 12: The House That Finally Slept. The final note of the lullaby lingered in Miyako's chest long after its sound had dissolved into the quiet. The room was utterly still. Not because it was empty, but because nothing more needed to be said. The house, the home her mother had built with hands worn from carving wood and memory, seemed to relax around her. The beams overhead no longer trembled with long-held vibrations. The floor did not hum with restless energy. Even the air itself felt softer, as if freed from tension. The house was at peace. Miyako wiped her cheeks and placed the koto gently on its stand. The wood glowed faintly, as though pleased. She bowed deeply to the instrument, to the room, to the countless nights her mother had labored in secret. A whisper of warmth passed through her hair, brushing her cheek like the last touch of a departing spirit. "Good night," she murmured, and the silence accepted the farewell. A walk through the rested home. As Miyako stepped into the hallway, she felt a shift. A lightness. A clarity. For the first time since arriving, she could sense it, true sound of the house, a gentle quiet, like the stillness of a forest just before dawn. Not oppressive, not watchful, simply alive. She walked through each room, feet bare on the cool tatami. The kitchen, where her mother's hand-shaped doggond washed rice slate into the night. The living room, where shadows once seemed too heavy now washed in soft moonlight, nothing hidden. The veranda, which faced the tiny inner garden. The bamboo leaves swayed softly in a breeze she couldn't feel. She paused, listened. The rustling was light, delicate, but no longer carried the eerie tones that once resembled a koto's whisper. The bamboo was finally just bamboo. The house is finally just a house. And yet, Miyako felt she was walking through a memory that had finally been given rest. The room with no more secrets. She approached the sliding panel to the secret room, the chamber her mother had hidden so carefully. The panel, sealed again after she left it, was now warm to her touch. "Thank you," Miyako whispered. She did not try to open it. It no longer needed to be opened. Some rooms are meant to stay quiet once their message has been delivered. A decision beneath the moon. Back in the music room, the moonlight had shifted, now brighter, casting a silver veil over the finished koto. Miyako sat before it on the tatami. Her hands hovered above the strings, but she did not play. Not tonight. The lullaby did not need repeating. It had been played once as it was meant to be. It had served its purpose. Instead, she folded her hands and allowed her mother's words from the hidden message to rise in her memory. When you hear this sound, you will understand what you are meant to carry. Miyako inhaled deeply. She knew. For the first time in years, she felt the future opening before her, not a blank expanse, but a path. A path shaped by sound. A path shaped by craft. A path she and her mother would walk together, even if only through memory. "I'll continue your work," she whispered softly. "I'll shape the sounds you never had time to finish." Her voice strengthened. "I'll learn. I'll study. I'll return to the workshop. I'll carve the wood the way you did." Her fingers brushed the koto's surface. "And someday I'll make an instrument that carries my memories the way this house carried yours." The moonlight brightened, as if to bless her vow. The house sleeps. As Miyako rose, a gentle settling sound passed through the beams, the sound a house makes when it finally releases the last of its tension. A final exhale. A deep, peaceful sleep. Miyako slid the door closed and walked back through the halls one last time before dawn. Everything felt different. Not transformed, but restored. Healed. Every room radiated quiet comfort, the kind of quiet that invites rest. As she lay down on her futon, the warm hush of the house embraced her like a blanket. For the first time since returning, Miyako drifted into sleep without fear. Without loneliness. Without unanswered questions. The koto's final note still echoed faintly in her chest, not haunting, but guiding. A reminder that some silences are not emptiness. They are love held gently in waiting. Epilogue: the dawn that listened. Morning arrived quietly, the kind of pale, gentle dawn that seemed reluctant to disturb the world. Soft light seeped through the shoji screens, laying delicate bands of gold across the tatami floor. Miyako awoke slowly, still wrapped in the lingering warmth of the previous night's memory. The house felt different. No whispers, no hums, no restless wait. Only only peaceful silence, the kind that follows a lullaby finally sung to the very end. She sat up, stretching her hands in the soft morning air. For the first time since her return, she felt rested. Truly rested. The morning walk through the home. She rose and walked through the house one final time. The floorboards greeted her with soft, natural creaks, not messages, not echoes, but the ordinary sounds of a house at ease. The inner garden glimmered with dew. Bamboo leaves trembled gently in the morning breeze, unburdened no-be old memories. In the music room, the finished koto rested in the glow of daylight, beautiful, complete, utterly still. "Thank you," Miyako whispered as she knelt beside it. Her hand hovered over the strings. She plucked one, a soft, single note. It rang out clearly, beautiful, but ordinary. No ghostly harmony, no returning whispers, just a koto's pure voice. The enchantment had ended because its purpose had been fulfilled. But the warmth in her chest remained. A letter to the future. Before leaving the room, Miyako took out her notebook. For the first time, her hands did not hesitate. She began to write. "Today, I heard my mother's last sound. And I finally understood what it means to inherit memory." She wrote of the secret room, of the lullaby, of the house that had carried her mother's silence until it reached its rightful ear. She wrote of her own promise to learn, to craft, to carve sound from wood with the same devotion her mother had shown. The notebook, once a place of scattered thoughts, now held her first clear direction. Departure at sunrise. Miyako packed lightly only her clothes, her mother's notes, and the ji that had completed the koto. She did not take the koto itself. It belonged to the house, to her mother, to the memory that would always sleep here. Before leaving, she opened every window, letting sunlight flood in. The house brightened as if waking from a long, gentle dream. Miyako bowed deeply. "Rest well," she whispered. And she stepped outside, towards the future of sound. The morning air was cool as she walked down the old path toward the bus stop. Birds called lightly from the cedar branches. Dew sparkled along the roadside grasses. She felt lighter with every step. Ahead of her lay a future she had not seen before, a future crafted not out of fear or mystery, but out of sound. She would return to the city, to her life. But things would not be the same. She would begin studying instrument crafting, a path she once admired from the outside, but now felt drawn to like breath. She would study wood, study resonance, study silence. She would learn to carve sound into shape. And someday soon she would create an instrument that held her own memories, her own lullabies, her own love. an instrument that would carry the quiet legacy her mother left behind. The house listens. As Miyako reached the bend in the road, she turned back one last time. The house stood quietly among the trees, sunlight warming its wooden frame, bamboo brushing gently against its walls. No whisper, no call, just a quiet presence. A home that finally slept in peace. Miyako smiled softly and bowed to it from afar. Then she turned and continued down the path, the morning sun guiding her forward. The sound of her footsteps was light, unburdened, and somewhere within the quiet, the faintest memory of a lullaby followed her into the day. Peaceful streets of a sleeping town. Prologue. The town always slept lightly. Not in the way cities rest with distant sirens, with the hum of faraway engines, with the restless stir of late-night wanderers. No, this town, tucked in the quiet folds between mountains and sea, slept the way a child might gently, breathing in soft rhythm with the drifting night air. Narrow streets, curved like gentle paths. Stone lanterns stood watch at every corner, their soft amber glow painting small circles of light in the darkness. Wooden houses leaned slightly forward. Wind chimes whispered from the eaves. A distant temple bell, soft as memory, marked the passing hours. And above all, the moon round, pale, patient, floated over the rooftops like a guardian who never needed to sleep. It was a town that welcomed silence as warmly as a guest. A town where time walked barefoot. A town where dreams lingered in the air long after morning arrived. Tonight, another traveler would return not to claim anything lost, not to repair anything broken, but simply to remember. Her name was Hannah, and although she didn't yet know it, the sleeping town had been waiting for her. Just as it waited for every traveler who still carried a soft, quiet longing in their chest. The streets, the lanterns, and the night itself were prepared to receive her footsteps once more. And in doing so, they would begin a story slow, gentle, and woven from silence. A story meant not to excite, but to soothe. Not to awaken, but to lull. A story for drifting thoughts and heavy eyelids. A story held gently within the peaceful streets of a sleeping town. Chapter 1: The Train That Slowed Its Breath. The journey back to the sleeping town began long before Hannah realized it. She had boarded the small two-car train simply because it was the last one heading west, because she was tired, and because the idea of returning to the city that never rested felt heavier than her travel-worn shoulders could bear. The train hummed gently beneath her feet, its rhythm steady and calm, far softer than the metallic heartbeat of commuter trains she knew. This one seemed almost alive, breathing slowly as if mindful not to disturb the night. Outside the window, the world thinned into silhouettes. Rice fields reflected fragments of moonlight. Lonely crossings blinked red, pulsing softly in the dark. Occasional clusters of houses glowed like warm embers scattered across a vast hearth. Hannah leaned her forehead against the cool glass. It had been how many years? 10, perhaps? Maybe more. Time had blurred the details, but not the softness of them. She remembered summers when cicadas cried like an orchestra warming up. She remembered the scent of her grandmother's garden, earthy, sweet, and always touched by the sea breeze. She remembered nights when she would fall asleep to the sound of bamboo rustling just outside the window. That was the sound she missed the most. The way it swayed as if whispering something only children could hear. The train slowed. But not for a station. Hannah knew that much. This line rarely stopped outside town centers. Instead, the train simply eased its pace, as if cooling its breath while moving deeper into the countryside. Its lights softened. The wheels sang more gently along the tracks. Hannah closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the mountains had drawn closer. Their silhouettes rose like silent guardians on either side of the tracks, dark and patient. Somewhere far ahead, a small cluster of lantern lights appeared dim, swaying, almost shy in their glow. Her heart tightened with a sensation she struggled to name. Nostalgia? Longing? Or something quieter, like a forgotten memory reaching up from deep inside her? The voice of the conductor, soft and steady, floated through the train. Next stop, Minato no Yumi. The town of harbored dreams. Hannah felt the words settle into her chest. Minato no Yumi. Yes. That was its name. A town so quiet it was said that even the ocean whispered more softly there. A town where every night felt like the world was exhaling. A town she had left, because youth often pulls us forward faster than we are ready to leave. The train rounded a final curve. The lanterns came into full view, now lining a narrow street, leading gently uphill to where the old shrine waited beneath ancient cedar trees. Hannah pressed a hand to the window, as if she could reach out and touch the familiar night air. Behind her, the train slowed even more, its wheels gliding as softly as footsteps on tatami. It felt less like arriving and more like returning. The way a lullaby returns to a tired mind. The way memories return when the heart becomes quiet. Minato received them. The train sighed to a stop. Hannah stood, her suitcase light in her hand, and stepped toward the doors. Back into the peaceful streets of a sleeping town. Chapter 2: The Lantern Path that remembered her footsteps. The platform was empty. Not deserted, just peacefully, naturally empty, as if the town had already gone to sleep and trusted the night itself to welcome Hannah on its behalf. The train doors slid open with the softest sigh. Warm air, faintly touched with sea salt. Hannah stepped down onto the wooden platform boards, which creaked gently beneath her weight, not in protest, but in recognition. For a moment, she turned her head. There beyond the station's gate was the lantern path. Just as she remembered, lanterns hung from black iron hooks, their paper shades shaped like rounded petals, each gently swaying in the barely there breeze. Their glow was a pale amber, the color of late autumn warmth, soft enough to never disturb the darkness, yet bright enough to gently guide wandering steps. Hannah's heart tightened with a feeling she had forgotten how to name. She walked forward, and as her shoes touched the first stone of the lantern path, the air around her seemed to settle as if exhaling in relief. The stones were smooth, worn by decades of footsteps, and they held a faint lingering warmth from the day's sun. Hannah remembered sprinting along this path as a child, tiny sandals slapping against the stones, her laughter echoing off the house in summer evenings when the festival lanterns were strung across the streets. Back then, she never wondered how the lanterns stayed lit so late, or who tended them, or why they always seemed to know exactly when someone needed their light. Tonight, walking slowly beneath their glow, she could almost feel them watching her with gentle curiosity. Halfway up the path, a familiar scent reached her. Pine. Tatami. A hint of incense. The scent of her grandmother's house. Her footsteps slowed. At the crest of the hill, the street curved left, and there it stood. The small, wooden house with its gently sloped roof, its narrow veranda, and the wind chime hanging from the eaves like a tiny guardian. Hannah stopped in front of the gate. It was smaller than she remembered. More worn, but undeniably the same. The wind chime jingled, a quiet, crystalline note that slipped into the night air like a whispered welcome. Hannah's chest grew warm. She reached out and touched the wooden gate. It felt like placing her hand in the shoulder of someone who had been waiting a long, long time. She pushed it open. The hinges did not creak. They simply moved as if they, too, had been expecting her. The lantern path continued a few steps into the garden, lighting the small stone walkway that led to the front door. Hannah walked forward, her pulse slow and steady, matching the rhythm of the town itself. When she reached the door, she paused. Her grandmother had passed years ago. The house had been left in Hannah's name, but she had never returned to claim it. And yet, a faint glow escaped from beneath the door frame. Not bright, not artificial. Just the warm, flickering light of a single paper lantern glowing somewhere inside. Hannah felt no fear, only an unexpected calm, as though the house was simply awake just long enough to welcome her home. She slid the door open. The soft, warm scent of tatami rose to greet her. The lantern light quivered gently from within the main room. And Hannah for the first time in years stepped inside. Back into the quiet heart of the sleeping town. Chapter 3: The tatami room that held the night. The sliding door whispered shut behind Hannah, as if careful not to disturb the stillness that lived within the house. Inside, the air was cool and gentle like the inside of a memory that had been carefully preserved. Tatami stretched across the floor and soft, even rose, their green edges faded to the color of distant mornings. The faint scent of woven straw rose with each quiet step she took, wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. Familiar, reassuring, a scent that felt like home even after so many years. The small paper lantern sat in the center of the room, its warm glow flickering softly. It cast delicate shadows that swayed across the walls, as if mimicking the lanterns along the street outside. Hannah set down her suitcase beside the doorway and knelt gently on the tatami. She reached out and touched the lantern's rim. Warm, alive, as though someone had only just lit it moments ago. But the house was empty. She knew that. Still the light persisted, steady, patient, almost watchful. Her gaze shifted to the wooden alcove across the room. The tokonoma. It held the same hanging scroll she remembered from childhood, ink brush strokes forming a quiet mountain landscape, mist drifting between the peaks in soft shades of gray. Beside it, a small ceramic vase held a single sprig of pine, still fresh, still green. Hannah frowned softly. Someone had been here recently. Not long ago. Not years ago. Recently. And yet, the town had no reason to come inside. No one had a key. Except her grandmother's friend, Mrs. Kojima. But Mrs. Kojima was 90, her steps slow and unsteady. It was hard to imagine her slipping quietly into the house to refresh a vase of pine and light a lantern. The thought lingered like a gentle puzzle, one she wasn't ready to solve yet. Instead, she sat back, letting the room's quiet settle over her shoulders. The house made no sound. Not even the soft groan of wooden beams adjusting to the cool night air. It felt awake, but calm, like a cat that opens one eye when its owner returns. Her gaze drifted to the veranda. The shoji doors were closed, but through their paper panels she could see the faint outline of the wind chime outside, swaying lightly. A soft note rang out clear, delicate, like a droplet of water falling into a still pond. Then another. And another. The pattern was slow, almost deliberate, carried by a breeze too gentle to feel. Hannah smiled faintly. The house hadn't changed, still wrapped in tranquility, still breathing in rhythm with the town around it. She stood and walked to the small wooden chest beside the window. Her grandmother used to store seasonal cushions inside. She slid it open. Inside lay a neatly folded indigo zabuton cushion, its stitching still firm despite the years. On top of it a small envelope. Cream-colored. Handwritten. Her name is on the front. Hannah. Her breath caught. She sat back on her heels, the envelope trembling slightly between her fingers. The ink was her grandmother's. Soft, looping, gentle strokes made by a hand that always moved calmly. Hannah opened it with slow, careful movements. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Her grandmother's handwriting again. Soft, steady, warm. She read, "If you are reading this, then you have returned. The town changes slowly, Hannah. But it remembers quickly. Follow the lanterns. They will guide you where you need to be, not where you were, but where your heart is ready to rest." A quiet exhale escaped her lips. The letter wasn't long. It wasn't a message of urgency or a revelation meant to change her life. It was simply gentle, like everything her grandmother had ever left behind. Hannah folded the letter and held it against her chest. The lantern flickered once, as if responding to the quiet warmth in the room. Outside, the wind chime rang again, soft, lingering, as a lullaby meant just for her. Hannah closed her eyes. The house felt peaceful. The night felt endless. Her heart felt lighter. And for the first time in a long while, she felt truly ready to rest. Chapter 4: The Garden That Listened to Footsteps. The night outside the veranda felt thick with quiet. Not heavy, just full, as if every leaf, every ripple of air, every grain of soil held a gentle awareness. Hannah slid open the shoji doors with slow, careful hands. The paper panels glowed faintly as moonlight spilled through them, soft as powdered snow. The veranda steps creaked under her weight, a familiar sound, one that seemed to whisper, "You have grown." Not accusingly, just observing. Her bare feet touched the wooden boards, still warm from the afternoon sun. The boards had darkened over the years, their grain rich and deep, like the wrinkles in a well-read book. Beyond the veranda lay the small garden her grandmother tended with the devotion of someone who understood the language of soil. The stones in the stepping path were arranged in a gentle curve, leading toward a tiny maple tree, its leaves trembling faintly in the breeze. Hannah remembered planting it with her grandmother. She had been small then, her hands clumsy, her excitement too big for her body. She remembered her grandmother's voice. Trees remember kindness, Hannah. They grow toward gentle hands. Now, the maple stood tall enough that its leaves brushed against the roof's edge. The garden felt unchanged, and yet, she sensed something different, not in its appearance, but in its stillness. A kind of listening, as though the rustling leaves and the soft puffs of earth had paused to pay attention. She stepped off the veranda. The tatami scent was replaced by the earthy aroma of moss and damp stone. Her footsteps sank into the grass with a soft hush, a sound swallowed by the night before it could travel. The lantern light from inside the house spilled into the garden, casting warm pools on the stones. She crouched beside one of them. It was the smooth, round stone she used to hop onto, and pretending the garden was a series of little islands floating in a vast imaginary ocean. She pressed her fingers to its surface. Cool, still, patient, just as she remembered. The maple leaves rustled gently above her. Not urgently, not insistently, just a soft stirring as if acknowledging her presence. She stood, dusting her hands on her skirt, and let her gaze wander across the garden. The bamboo fence, the stone basin, the tiny wooden ladler rested atop it like a sleeping bird. All exactly as before, and yet there was a faint shimmer in the air, a kind of warmth that didn't come from lanterns or moonlight. Something alive, something watchful, not frightening, not supernatural in a way that unsettles the heart. More like the feeling of walking into a room where someone had been thinking of you kindly. Her grandmother's letter echoed in her mind. Follow the lanterns. Hannah lifted her head. At the far end of the garden, beyond the maple tree, a single lantern hung from a post she didn't remember being there. Its light was fainter than the lantern inside the house. Softer, like a distant candle seen through half-closed eyes. A breeze stirred, and the lantern swayed, a small gesture, but unmistakable. An invitation. Hannah stepped closer. Her footsteps barely made a sound, swallowed by moss and grass. The air grew cooler as she approached the lantern, a comfortable coolness like the shade beneath a temple gate. Beside the lantern post was a narrow wooden door. Hidden in the fence, almost invisible unless one stood exactly where she stood now. She blinked. Had this door always been there? She tried to remember, but her memory blurred at the edges, soft as fog rolling over water. The door stood slightly ajar, as if waiting. Not demanding she enter, just offering the possibility. Hannah felt the cool night air glide across her skin. The garden behind her rustled with a softness that felt like approval. She reached out. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the small wooden door. It was smooth, warm, familiar. The kind of door that could only be found in a town that slept lightly and dreamed deeply. Hannah exhaled, and gently slowly she pushed the door open. Chapter 5: The Alley Where Shadows Breathed Softly. The small wooden door opened with a whisper that blended seamlessly into the night. Beyond it lay a narrow, stone-paved alley. Not dark but dim in the way that lantern-lit paths often are, where the shadows settled gently around the stones like sleeping cats. A soft draft brushed Hannah's cheeks, carrying with it the scent of night blossoms from somewhere unseen. The alley was lined with old wooden fences, woven with ivy that glimmered faintly under the pale moonlight. Even the moss between the stones seemed to glow softly, as though storing the memory of daylight. Hannah stepped forward. The door closed behind her, not abruptly, not ominously, but as if a kind hand had nudged it to keep the garden warm. Her footsteps echoed quietly against the stones, each sound gentle and rounded. As she walked, the shadows along the alley shifted slightly. Not with fear, not with intent, simply with awareness, like curtains stirring when someone passes by. Hannah felt no unease, only a calm curiosity, as though she were walking through the very memory of the town. She paused near a wooden post where a small lantern hung. Its paper shade was decorated with brush-painted petals, faded by seasons of moon and rain. She lifted it gently. The lantern's light brightened, just a little as if responding to her touch. And then she noticed it. A faint line of glowing petals, scattered across the stone path ahead. They looked like fallen sakura, but it wasn't the season. Nor were any cherry trees visible in the alley. The petals shimmered softly, glowing just enough to guide her steps. Hannah leaned closer. They weren't real petals. Not paper. Not paint. Just light. Pure, quiet light shaped into petal form, as though the night itself had chosen the shape to make the path easier to follow. The air around her felt warm for a moment, a familiar warmth, like the lingering touch of her grandmother's hand. The glowing petals slid deeper into the alley. So she followed. Each stone she stepped on seemed to soften beneath her foot, as if cushioning her steps. The alley curved gently. On one side, a wooden rain barrel sat beneath the eaves of a house, its surface reflecting the moon and soft ripples. On the other side, a cluster of bamboo swayed even though the air was still. Their rustling sounded like distant whispering, comforting and calm. Hannah's heart slowed, matching the measured rhythm of the sleeping town. The glowing petals finally came to rest at the end of the alley where a small wooden sign stood beneath another lantern. The sign read, "Seiryu Komichi Seiryu Komichi," the alley of gentle streams. Hannah glanced around. There was no stream, only stones, fences, and quiet moonlight. But then, she heard it, a single drop of water. Then another, soft, careful sounds, as though water were falling in a place that didn't want to disturb the world around it. Hannah stepped closer. At the base of the sign was a tiny wooden box. Water trickled from its corner, flowing into a narrow channel carved into the stones, so shallow and quiet that it looked almost invisible unless viewed from exactly the right angle. The water glided along the channel like a silver thread, catching glimmers of moonlight as it moved. Hannah watched, mesmerized. Each droplet sounded like a gentle tap in the inside of her mind, clearing away worry, dusting off forgotten corners of her memories. She knelt beside the channel. Her reflection wavered softly in the moving water. And for the briefest moment, so brief she wondered if it was only imagination, she saw someone else reflected behind her. Someone familiar. A silhouette shaped exactly like her grandmother. Hannah blinked. The reflection dissolved. Only her own face remained, softened by the lantern's glow. But the calm inside her remained as well, a quiet warmth spreading like the ripples in the barrel she passed earlier. She stood, feeling the alley gently urging her forward. At the far end, beyond the flickering petals of light, the path opened to a wider street. And she knew before even stepping onto it that she was drawing closer to the heart of the sleeping town. A place where the past was not gone, only resting, waiting for her steps to reach it. Hannah took a breath, slow and even, and she stepped forward toward the light. Chapter 6: The street where dreams drifted like fog. The alley opened, as gently as a curtain parting, into a wide street Hannah remembered only in fragments, as one remembers a lullaby heard in early childhood. A soft mist hung low over the ground, no higher than her knees. It curled around the stones, resting lightly on the earth like fog that had decided to lie down and sleep. Lanterns lined both sides of the street. Their light glowed through the mist in muted halos, as though each lantern breathed softly in its slumber. Hannah stepped onto the street. The mist parted around her ankles in slow, gentle waves, curling away as if bowing. The silence here was different from the silence in the garden or the alley. This silence wasn't empty. It had texture. Subtle, warm, like the quiet inside a room where someone has just finished singing. Hannah walked slowly. The houses on either side were wooden and old, their sliding doors shut, their windows glowing faintly as though the people within had fallen asleep with a lamp left burning. She could almost picture them, elderly couples resting on futons, children curled beneath quilts, cats sleeping on porch steps. But she heard no voices, no snoring, no distant laughter, only the steady, soft rhythm of the lanterns flickering in the mist. Her footsteps echoed faintly, a rounded, muted sound that vanished almost instantly, as though absorbed by the dreaming street. Somewhere ahead, a deep, resonant bell sounded. Dawn, slow, measured, like a heartbeat filtered through the floorboards. Hannah knew the sound. The bell of the old temple at the heart of the town. As a child, she would run up the stone steps, trying to reach the bell before her grandmother, only to find her already waiting with a gentle smile and a quiet laugh. Her grandmother always said, "The bell rings not to mark time, Hannah, but to calm it." Tonight, the bell sounded like it was calling her. Not urgently, just patiently, as though it had all the time in the world to wait for her footsteps. Hannah continued walking. The mist thickened slightly, wrapping around her legs like cool silk. But the lanterns grew brighter in response, their soft glow guiding her path with unwavering gentleness. She passed the small shop that once sold handmade sweets. The wooden sign was still there, its painted lettering faded but legible. In the window, a tiny paper crane sat alone on the counter. Hannah smiled faintly. She remembered folding cranes inside that shop while her grandmother chatted with the owner. Further ahead, the street curved gently to the right. A small shrine stood at the bend, one dedicated to travelers. Its red gate rose like a quiet sentinel in the mist. Hannah paused. The shrine felt awake, watching her with calm eyes made of wood and tradition. She stepped forward and placed her hands together, bowing lightly. The air shifted soft, reassuring. A single leaf drifted down from a tree above, landing at her feet. Its surface shimmered faintly with dew that she hadn't noticed in the dry night air. She picked it up. The leaf was warm, as if held moments ago by someone else. Someone unseen, someone familiar. Hannah held it for a long moment, then placed it gently on the small offering table beside the shrine. A quiet acceptance seemed to settle around her, as though the shrine had acknowledged her return. She continued on. The mist followed her, parting gently, as the street widened. The bell sounded again. Closer now. Dawn. She could feel the vibration traveling through the iron to her chest. Not heavy, not loud, just present, steady, welcoming. The street ahead opened into the town's central courtyard, a vast circle of smooth stones surrounded by wooden buildings and lit by a cluster of lanterns that swayed gently in the cool night breeze. At the far end of the courtyard, the temple steps rose. And above them, silhouetted against the moon, stood the great temple gate. Tall, silent, ancient, waiting, Hannah stopped at the edge of the courtyard. Her breath moved slowly, matching the rhythm of the lanterns. The mist curled around her gently, as if urging her forward with a tender push. She took one step, then another. Her footsteps felt lighter, her heart steadier. Her mind is clearer. The town was guiding her, just as her grandmother Saidit would. The temple gate loomed larger with every step, a doorway not only to the temple, but to the quiet truth resting at the center of this sleeping town. Hannah inhaled deeply, and she walked toward it. Chapter 7: The Temple Steps That Remembered Every Footprint. The courtyard felt like the calm surface of an undisturbed lake. Even the lanterns swaying overhead seemed to move in slow, dreamlike arcs. Hannah stepped onto the smooth stones. Each movement produced a faint, rounded echo, a gentle tap that faded almost instantly into the soft breath of the night. The temple steps waited ahead. Old, wide, carved by centuries of quiet footsteps. Steps that had carried monks, pilgrims, children, travelers, and dreamers toward the same silent gate. And now, they waited for her. Hannah paused at the base of the staircase. A cool breeze drifted down from the top, carrying with it the faint scent of sandalwood and something softer like ink pressed into paper long ago. The temple bell sounded again. Dawn, dawn. The vibration spread through the stones beneath her feet, warm and steady. It felt like a heartbeat he had once known. Hannah placed her foot in the first step. As she lifted herself upward, she felt something strange, not physical, not emotional, but deeply familiar. The step beneath her seemed to remember her, as though her feet had walked these stairs 100 times in childhood, and the stone still held the memory like warmth stored from daylight. She took another step. The sensation deepened. Not overwhelming, not mystical, simply comforting. A quiet acknowledgement. A gentle whisper. You have been here before. Hannah didn't rush. She climbed slowly, letting her hand trail against the old wooden railing. The wood was smooth, worn down by generations of hands that had brushed over it seeking balance, comfort, and guidance. Halfway up the steps, she paused and looked back. The courtyard lay below her in a soft pool of lantern light, the mist drifting across it in delicate swirls like pale silk ribbon, sun furling at the feet of statues. The town's rooftops rose beyond the courtyard, each one silhouetted against the calm, silver moon. In that moment, Hannah could see the entire town breathing in unison, a single, gentle inhale followed by a long, peaceful exhale. Everything moved slowly, quietly, gracefully, as though the town had synchronized its dreaming. Hannah turned back toward the remaining steps. She had always thought these stairs were steep, towering, endless. But tonight, they felt shorter, gentler, as though the temple had lowered itself to make her return easier. She continued climbing. With every step, the scents of sandalwood, old wood, and faint temple incense grew warmer. Near the top, the breeze shifted. It carried a new fragrance, a delicate note like dried chrysanthemum petals steeped in warm water. Hannah's breath caught softly. Her grandmother had loved chrysanthemum tea. A memory unfolded within her, sitting together on a cold evening, warm cups between their palms, steam drifting upward like white brushstrokes in a winter night. Her grandmother's voice came back to her, quiet and warm. "The temple is not a place that watches over you, Hannah. It's a place that waits with you." Hannah reached the final step. The temple gate towered above her, tall, silent, its beams darkened by time and polished by moonlight. But it did not feel imposing. It felt gentle, patient, open. The great wooden doors were slightly parted, just enough for a person to slip through. Just enough for someone who had been expected. Hannah rested her fingertips on the edge of the door. The wood was cool at first, then, as if recognizing her touch, it warmed. The bell sounded once more. Dawn. This time, the sound didn't echo outward. It echoed inward into her chest, settling softly behind her breath. She pushed the door open. Light spilled through the gap. Soft, amber, steady. It washed over her face with the warmth of a lantern held close on a winter's night. Hannah stepped inside. The temple, the heart of the sleeping town, welcomed her without a word. Chapter 8: Lamps that glowed like held breath. Inside the temple, the world felt as though it had been wrapped in a layer of soft cloth, muted, warm, and gently dimmed. Rows of lanterns shone from thick wooden beams overhead, their amber light trembling faintly as if each flame breathed with the room. Not flickering in unrest, but shifting like the chest of someone sleeping peacefully. Hannah stepped forward, the air warmer now, sweet with a hint of old incensed polished cedar. On either side of the walkway, small stone statues sat quietly, worn smooth by time and devotion. Their expressions, though simple, carried a serene softness, the kind of peace one finds only in places where silence is deeply understood. As Hannah walked deeper into the hall, she noticed something unusual. The lanterns closest to her brightened by the faintest shade, a subtle shift, as if reacting to the rhythm of her footsteps. Not magic, not a miracle, simply recognition. These lanterns, kept lit by generations of monks and visitors, seemed to remember every soul that had passed beneath them, including hers. She paused beneath one. Its glow rested on her hair like a warm palm, soft and reassuring. She raised her hand slightly toward the lantern, not touching, just hovering. The flame inside responded. A delicate tremor. A tiny rise. Almost as thought a flame were greeting her with a whisper too small for the ears to hear. Hannah exhaled slowly. The warm light seemed to carry her breath upwards, gathering it, softening it, and releasing it back into the quiet. She continued walking. At the far end of the hall rested a simple altar, not grand, not opulent, but lovingly cared for. Fresh water filled a small bowl. A pair of candles burned with steady flames. And behind them, a scroll of calligraphy hung like a vertical breath drawn in ink. Hannah stepped before the altar and lowered herself to sit on the tatami mat. The mat welcomed her with a faint, familiar scent, a mixture of dried grass, sunlight, and something like memory. She folded her hands on her lap. The temple felt alive, but gently, so like a sleeping creature whose breath was soft enough not to disturb. Each lantern gave off a slow, pulsing glow. Softer, as if the entire hall were breathing with her. A faint rustling arrived from somewhere above. Hannah glanced up to find 3 small paper charms hanging from a beam, fluttering as lightly as moth wings. They turned, one by one, in a rhythm so slow and natural that it seemed guided by the night itself. Hannah's gaze softened. The glow, the quiet, the gentle shifting paper, all of it wrapped around her like a blanket of light. Her mind drifted, not in a sharp, wandering way, but in the drifting manner of a small boat rocking gently on still water. A memory surfaced a night long ago when she had sat in this very place beside her grandmother. She remembered the warmth of the older woman's sleeve against her shoulder, the way she whispered, "Listen, Hannah. The lanterns don't shineto chase away darkness. They shineto keep you company." Hannah closed her eyes. The lantern's glow seeped through her eyelids like soft dawn. The warmth collected at her fingertips, her shoulders, her breath. For a long moment, she didn't move. She didn't need to. The temple seemed to hold her stillness for her, protecting it, honoring it, letting it settle deeply. And then, from behind the altar, a faint sound arose. Not startling, not abrupt. A soft sliding noise like a door being gently coaxed open. Hannah opened her eyes. A narrow side door had shifted, revealing a small corridor lit by a single lantern. As if inviting her. As if suggesting, "There is one more place you should see." Hannah exhaled, slow and calm. Then, with the soft rustle of her sleeves against her knees, she stood and walked toward the corridor where the lantern's glow waited. Chapter 9: The corridor where even echoes slept. The doorway into the side corridor was narrow enough that Hannah had to turn slightly to slip through. As the wooden door eased shut behind her, the main hall's warm glow faded, and a different kind of quiet settled gently around her shoulders. This corridor felt older than the rest of the temple. The air was cooler, smoother, and faintly scented with old paper and the subtle sweetness of camphor wood. A single lantern hung near the ceiling, swaying just enough to let its amber light drift down in soft, trembling ripples. Hannah stepped forward. The tatami mats beneath her feet were softer than she expected, worn in, pliant, and deeply familiar underfoot. As she walked, she noticed something unusual. Even in such a quiet place, her footsteps should have produced a faint rustle or the soft thump of cloth brushing mat. But here, there was nothing. No echo. No whisper. No sound at all. It was as though a corridor itself had fallen into a slumber far deeper than the rest of the temple. Hannah paused and pressed her palm lightly against the wall. The wood felt warm, like skin touched by the sun earlier in the day. Yet it also felt as though it absorbed the faintest noise before it even formed. A hush that existed not to silence but to soothe. Hannah breathed softly and continued. Along the wall hung a row of wooden plaques, Emma tablets, each brushed with old wishes and prayers. Some had faded into pale, ghost-like strokes. Others held bold ink still sharp despite the passing years. She lifted her eyes to one plaque that caught the lantern's glow at a gentle angle. A painting of a chrysanthemum. Simple, delicate, like the kind her grandmother used to grow. Below it, faint characters spelled out, "May the night stay gentle." Hannah's breath warmed slightly in her chest. She remembered a time when she had written her own wish in and Emma a childish scrawl, barely legible. She wondered if it might still be here, somewhere among the faded rows. The corridor drifted onward in a slow curve, leading her deeper into its quiet heart. The lantern's light softened behind her, and ahead, another faint glow appeared, cooler, paler, like moonlight reflected on still water. Hannah moved toward it. At the end of the corridor, she found a sliding door made of old paper screens. The light behind it was soft and silvered, flickering faintly as though it came from something alive. She slid the door open with careful hands. And there, beyond the threshold, waited a small garden, a hidden courtyard surrounded by high wooden walls. Moonlight spilled into Iton's silky sheets, illuminating moss-covered stones and a lone maple tree whose branches swayed in slow, dreamy arcs. Every movement of the leaves felt like a whispered lullaby. A small pond rested at the base of the tree, its surface so still that the moon's reflection was nearly perfect, a quiet, upside-down world waiting patiently. Hannah stepped into the garden. The air here was cooler, but gentle, like a hand brushing lightly over her hair. She approached the pond and knelt beside it. The scent of damp moss rose softly around her. The surface of the water's hive red once, just barely, as if it acknowledged her presence. In that moment, Hannah felt the same stillness that had wrapped around her as a child sitting on her grandmother's lap, a stillness that was deep, but not empty. A stillness that invited breath to slow, thoughts to soften, heartbeats to quiet. A stillness that made room for peace. Hannah reached out and touched the water with the tip of her finger. A tiny ring of ripples spread outward, circles upon circles, softening as they traveled. The moon's reflection wavered but did not break. And Hannah whispered, without meaning to, "Thank you." The tree swayed in a gentle arc as though bowing in return. Behind her, the sliding door glowed faintly, waiting for her to step back inside when she was ready. But there was no need to rush. The night, the garden, and the quiet pond would wait for her as long as she wished. After all, this was a place where even echo chose to sleep. Chapter 10, a bench where night itself sat down. The garden felt as though it existed just slightly apart from the rest of the world, not removed, not hidden, but gently held in the palms of silence. Moonlight rested in the moss and stones like a thin, silver blanket. The leaves of the old maple tree shifted slowly, each movement soft enough to soothe even the most restless heart. Hannah remained beside the pond for a long time, watching the moon's reflection tremble only when the breeze decided it was time for the water to breathe. Eventually, her gaze drifted to a small wooden bench set beneath the maple tree. It looked as though the night itself had sat there for countless years, quiet, patient, and unhurried. Hannah rose slowly, her steps soundless on the moss. When she sat on the bench, the wood gave a slight, welcoming sigh, as if shifting gently to accommodate her weight. The air changed subtly, not colder, not warmer, simply closer, as though the night had wrapped an arm around her shoulders in a gesture of quiet companionship. Hannah leaned back and exhaled. The breeze answered, carrying the faint scent of earth, soft wood, and the unmistakable fragrance of fallen leaves beginning to dry. Above her, the branches of the maple formed a trembling canopy of shadows and moonlit edges. Every leaf seemed to glow faintly, tiny, delicate lantern shone by nature. She closed her eyes. For a moment, she allowed herself to simply feel. The bench beneath her worn smooth by time, the cool air touching her cheeks, the faint brushing sound of the leaves overhead. The world did not demand anything of her. Not thoughts, not decisions, not answers, just presence, just breath, just quiet. A memory surfaced, not sharp, not vivid, but soft at the edges like a watercolor. She was small, perhaps 5 or 6. Her grandmother had carried her in her back through this very garden. She remembered the gentle sway of each step, how her grandmother murmured, "Even the night sits down to rest, Hannah." At the time, she hadn't understood. Now, sitting on the old bench, with the night breathing softly around her, she did. The night was not something vast or frightening. Not something distant. It was something close, kind, steady, something that stayed beside her without ever asking anything in return. Hannah opened her eyes again. The pond shimmered faintly, casting moving patterns of light across the stones. A few fireflies flickered into view, their soft green glow drifting lazily in gentle arcs. Their flight was unhurried like everything else in the sleeping garden. 2 of them floated near the maple bench, hovering in front of Hannah as if curious about her. They circled once, twice, and then rose upward toward the branches, joining the trembling light already gathered there. Hannah smiled, small and quiet. She realized something then. The bench, the tree, the pond, the night. They were not simply peaceful. They were peaceful together. She had returned to a place where even silence had companionship. A place that held its quiet not as emptiness, but as comfort. Hannah leaned back once more, letting her head rest lightly against the tree's trunk. The bark was cool but welcoming, like a familiar hand placed gently on her shoulder. Her breathing slowed. The night deepened. The moon glowed with patient warmth. And the bench beneath her old, steadfast, a seat where countless quiet thoughts had rested held her just as gently. For a long, long time, Hannah remained there, wrapped in a stillness so tender it felt like a lullaby. A place where night itself sat down beside her and kept her company. Chapter 11. A path lit by the softest kind of moonlight. Hannah eventually rose from the quiet bench, feeling as though her body had grown. lighter as if some subtle weights he hadn't noticed carrying had finally been set down. The garden remained still behind her, but a gentle pull seemed to guide her back toward the sliding door leading into the corridor. When she stepped inside again, the cool wooden floor welcomed her feet with a faint, smooth whisper. The lantern in the narrow hallway glowed slightly brighter, as though relieved to see her return. Hannah paused and let her fingers brush the wall again. Even now, the corridor absorbed every hint of sound, a place where silence was not empty but full, complete, comforting. She walked slowly back toward the main hall. The faint golden light grew warmer with each step. When she slid the door open, the sight before her made her heart settle softly. The lanterns in the hall still glowed with that steady, breathing warmth, but the room felt different now, as though it had quieted even further in her absence. Each flame seemed to hold itself a little more still, as though listening. Hannah stepped into the hall. At the opposite end, near the temple's front doors, a new glow appeared, cooler than the lantern's warmth, but not harsh. Moonlight. It spilled in through a set of partially opened wooden panels, casting long, pale paths across the tatami floor. The temple had opened itself to the night outside, inviting her, guiding her. She walked toward the moonlit doors, her shadow stretching gently behind her. Beyond the threshold, the temple steps descended into the quiet courtyard, their edges softened by the silver glow. But something had changed. A faint, shimmering trail of light seemed to outline the path, not bright, not magical, but subtle, like moonlight gathered by the stones themselves. As if the night had decided to illuminate a path meant just for her. Hannah placed one foot on the top step. The stone held a thin warmth, carried from the lanterns she had passed moments before. She descended slowly. With each step, the soft moonlit outline guided her downward, gentle, steady, never rushing. The courtyard below felt wider at night, its shadows long and soft. The stone lanterns stood in their usual places, but now each one held a faint glow deep within its carved openings. Not fire, not flame, just the memory of light. A reflection of the lantern hall she had just left. Hannah crossed the courtyard. A thin mist drifted low across the ground, curling around her ankles like something greeting her with silent affection. She followed the moonlit path toward the temple gate, the great wooden beams rising above her like the steady arms of an old friend. When she passed beneath it, a hush washed over her, a kind of quiet that brushed through her like a slow wave. Outside the gate, the town lay still. The narrow streets glowed silver under the moon, their curves and corners softened into gentle shapes. Roofs of old houses rippled with shadows. Wind tinkled faintly, as if half asleep. Hannah stepped onto the street. And there just ahead a delicate ribbon of moonlight continued forward, weaving through the peaceful town with effortless grace. It guided her past shuttered shops that had been closed for decades, past small gardens where autumn flowers slept, past alleyways that curved like winding streams between wooden buildings lined with memory. She walked with unhurried steps. Every breath matched the town's own rhythm, slow, deep, peaceful. And as she followed the soft, gleaming path the moon had drawn for her, Hannah realized. This was not simply the way home. It was the path her heart had been walking toward for a very long time. A path lit not by brightness, but by gentleness. Not by certainty, but by comfort. A path that only appeared when one moved quietly not to notice it. She continued onward, letting the town and the night carry her gently toward whatever waited next. Chapter 12 The Shop with a Lamp That Never Went Out. The moonlit ribbon guided Hannah through the quiet streets with a softness that never pushed, only suggested a gentle hand resting lightly at her back. The night air had cooled just enough to feel like a thin silk veil drawn across her skin. Somewhere distant, a wind chime gave a single, half-asleep ring. Hannah moved past houses whose windows glowed faintly with the bluish dimness of late-night paper lamps. Each home seemed wrapped in its own quiet dream. But soon, the moonlit path curved gently left toward a narrow street where an old wooden structure stood, a shop she knew well. A tiny bookstore with a worn sign overhead, its characters faint but still readable under the moon. Kasaragi Books. Hannah stopped. The shop looked just as it had when she was a child, slightly leaning to one side, as though its shelves were too full of stories and memories. But what drew her eye was the lamp in the window. A small amber light glowed behind the glass, steady, warm, never flickering. A lamp that never went out. Hannah approached slowly. The windows were fogged from the warmth inside, and she had to lean closer to see through them. Books lined every shelf, every table, every narrow aisle, books stacked in gentle towers that seemed to breathe the sleeping quiet. And in the center of it all, on the main counter, the small lamp glowed softly, its paper shade painted with faded plum blossoms. Hannah's breath caught with memory. Her grandmother used to bring her here on rainy afternoons, sitting with her in the back corner while the shop's old owner brewed barley tea in a kettle that steamed gently through the quiet hours. Hannah raised a hand to the door handle. The metal was cool, smooth from decades of use. She pushed the door open. A soft chime sounded, not loud, not cheerful, but gentle, like a silver spoon tapped lightly against porcelain. The air inside was warm and smelled of old paper, wooden shelves, and the faintest hint of roasted tea. The lamp's glow felt almost alive. Not bright, not demanding, just present, a quiet companion. Hannah stepped inside, and the floorboards gave a familiar sigh beneath her. She looked around. The shop seemed empty at first, until she noticed a small movement near the far shelf. An old cat lay curled on a cushion, its fur a soft gray with patches of white around its ears. It blinked slowly at her arrival, not alarmed, not surprised. As if it had been expecting a visitor at this hour. Hannah lowered her voice. "Hello there." The cat's tail gave a single, lazy flick before settling again. Hannah smiled. Her steps carried her toward the lamp on the counter. Up close, she could see the tiny cracks in its paper shade, signs of age, carefully repaired with thin washi strips that looked like pale scars. Still beautiful, still warm. The lamp's light seemed to hum quietly, a faint, almost musical vibration felt rather than heard. Hannah touched the counter's edge, her fingers brushing the smooth wood grains she had traced many times in childhood. She could almost hear the shopkeeper's soft voice. "Take your time, Hannah-chan. Stories wait for those who need them." A gentle ache bloomed in her chest, not painful, but deep, like a soft memory stirred from sleep. Her eyes drifted toward a low shelf near the counter, the exact spot where her grandmother used to kneel while choosing books. Without thinking, Hannah knelt too. She ran her fingertips across the spines of old volumes, tales of traveling monks, stories of drifting lanterns, collections of poems about quiet nights and gentle rains. One book in particular drew her attention. Its cover was a muted shade of blue, decorated with a single moon painted like a silver brushstroke. The title read, "When Towns Dream Softly." Hannah opened it carefully. Inside, the pages smelled faintly of cedar. The handwriting was delicate, each character drawn with patient precision. And on the first page, she found a note. "For the traveler who returns when the night is quiet enough." Her breath settled into a slow, even rhythm. The lamp on the counter glowed a little warmer. The cat lifted its head, watching her with half-closed eyes. Hannah closed the book gently and held it to her chest. For a moment, she simply breathed. In the soft glow of the shop that never fully slept, with the warm lamp beside her and the moonlight spilling faintly through the window, Hannah felt completely, fully, peacefully at rest. Chapter 13 The Sleeper at the Temple Gate. Hannah stepped out of Kasaragi Books with the blue-covered volume in her hands. The door closed behind her with its familiar soft chime, a sound that felt like a lullaby's final note. Outside, the moonlit ribbon waited, glowing faintly along the quiet street as though it had paused just for her. The night air was cooler now, but not cold. It held the gentle stillness just before dawn begins to think of waking. Hannah tucked the book carefully under her arm and followed the glowing path as it wound deeper into the sleeping town. She passed houses that looked even more Serenathan before wooden doors shut, paper screens illuminated by soft amber lamps within, like quiet hearts beating in their slumber. Soon, the path began to rise. The incline was gentle, barely noticeable, but Hannah sensed that she was climbing towards someplace old and sacred and unhurried. A faint ringing like a bell swayed by the wind floated down from above. When she reached the top of the gentle rise, Hannah saw it. A small temple, nestled between tall cedar trees whose branches swayed with the slow grace of someone stretching after a long sleep. Stone lanterns lined the entrance path, their carved windows glowing with soft golden light, as if each one held a single, drowsy star. And at the wooden gate beneath the heavy crossbeam where a paper talisman fluttered, someone slept. An elderly monk, his robe wrapped loosely around him, lay curled on a woven mat with his head resting on one arm. His breaths were deep, steady, carrying the peace of a man who dreamed gently every night of his life. Hannah paused, not wanting to disturb him. The moonlit ribbon stopped at the temple gate, as if indicating that this place, too, was part of her night's journey. She approached quietly, but before she could turn back, the monk stirred. His eyes opened, not sharply, not surprised, but slowly, like someone lifting a lantern shade to reveal a warm glow inside. He blinked once and smiled. "Ah," he said softly, his voice warm with sleep. "A traveler of the late hours." Hannah bowed politely. "I'm sorry to wake you, I didn't mean." He lifted a hand gently. "You didn't wake me," he murmured. "Sometimes the night simply asks me to open my eyes." Hannah relaxed. The monk pushed himself upright and dusted off his robe with slow, unhurried motions. His movements were so calm that even the air felt as though it was moving more slowly to match him. "You are carrying a story," he said, noticing the book in her arms. Hannah nodded. "I found it in the old bookstore." "Ah," he chuckled, "that lamp is still burning, is it?" "It is," she said, smiling at the memory. "It looked the same as always." The monk's gaze softened with something like nostalgia. "That lamp," he said, "was given to the shop by a traveling storyteller many, many years ago. It burns only for those who seek a placito rest their hearts." His words drifted through the air like incense smoke. Hannah felt warmth settle in her chest. The monk gestured toward the temple courtyard. "Would you like to sit a moment?" he asked. "The cedars are keeping watch. You'll be safe here." Hannah stepped through the gate. Inside, the courtyard was bathed in gentle moonlight. A small stone basin reflected the sky, its surface so still it looked like a piece of polished silver. The monk led her to a wooden bench beside the basin. He sat first, letting out a soft sigh that sounded like a long-held breath finally releasing. Hannah sat beside him. For a moment, they simply listened. To the wind whispering through the cedars. To the murmur of a distant stream. To the deep, slow rhythm of the sleeping town. Then the monk spoke again. "Tonight is a gentle night," he said. "Some nights are loud with memories that refuse to sleep. But nights like this they cradle those who wander." Hannah looked down at the book in her hands. "It feels like the town is dreaming," she said. "It is," the monk replied. "Every town dreams. Most people simply walk too quickly to notice." His smile deepened with a soft glow. "But not you." He turned to her. "You walk slowly enough to hear the quiet places." Hannah felt her breath soften. The monk closed his eyes again, his head tilting slightly as though sleep were returning to pull him back. "If you continue your walk," he murmured, "you'll find the street where the town's dreams are gentlest." "How will I know it?" Hannah asked. His voice drifted, already halfway into dreaming. "You'll know," he whispered, "because the street will befriend time with you." His head bowed, and within seconds, his breath deepened again as peaceful as before. Hannah rose quietly, bowed to the sleeping monk, and stepped back toward the gate. The moonlit ribbon waited for her, glowing gently, as though pleased with where she had been. And as Hannah followed it down the slope into the deeper quiet of the town, she felt the night holding her gently, guiding her toward the softest dream the town had yet to show. Chapter 14: The Alley Where Time Sleeps. The moonlit ribbon wound downward from the temple hill, its glow softer now as though the night itself were beginning to drift closer to dreaming. Hannah followed at an unhurried pace, each step growing quieter as the town's stillness deepened around her. The houses stood closer here, leaning slightly inward like gentle elders sharing secrets in hushed voices. A narrow canal ran along the path, its water smooth and dark as lacquer, reflecting the faint shimmer of lanterns hung above. After a few minutes, the ribbon led her into a small, almost hidden alley so narrow that two people would need to turn sideways to pass each other. The moment Hannah stepped inside, something shifted. The world became quieter than quiet. Even the wind stilled its breath. It was as if time itself had curled up here to take a short, cozy nap. Hannah slowed, sensing that she had entered a place the town protected delicately. A single paper lantern hung from a wooden beam overhead, painted with the faded image of a sleeping fox. Its soft amber glow lit the alley just enough to show the outline of old wooden doors, each fitted with time-worn metal handles that gleamed like the surface of still tea. Hannah ran her fingers lightly along the wood of the nearest door. It was warm, unusually so, as though someone inside had been sitting beside it until moments ago. She listened. No footsteps. No voices. Only a slow, rhythmic sound, a soft, delicate tapping, like someone turning the pages of a very old book. The sound grew clearer as she walked deeper. The ribbon curled around her feet like mist, urging her forward gently. At the alley's end stood a small wooden arch with delicate carvings of cranes and waves, its surface smoothed by hands across generations. Beyond it lay a tiny courtyard barely the size of a single tatami mat. And in the center of that courtyard sat a clock. Not a tower. Not a wall clock. Just a solitary, old-fashioned clock in a wooden frame, resting atop a low stone pedestal. Its hands did not move. Its ticking was silent. Yet Hannah felt time here, not in motion, but in rest. It felt like the heartbeat of the alley. A presence without sound. She stepped closer. The air warmed around her, gentle as sunlight through shoji screens. Then, softly like a breath returning, the clock hand moved once. Just a tiny motion. Barely noticeable. A single heartbeat. And the alley exhaled. The lantern above fluttered as if waking from a shallow dream. A breeze whispered through, carrying the faint scent of plum blossoms, even though none grew nearby. Hannah sensed that the alley was showing her something rare, a secret place where the town's memories came to rest, sleeping gently until someone cared enough to listen. She bowed her head slightly, as if greeting an elder. The clock responded with another small movement. Then another. Slow, deliberate, like the breaths of someone slowly returning from a long, peaceful slumber. Hannah closed her eyes. She breathed in perfect rhythm with the alley's slow, quiet, unhurried. When she opened them again, the moonlit ribbon shimmered at her feet, indicating it was time to leave. But the alley seemed to give her own final gift. As she stepped back under the wooden arch, A soft voice, or perhaps only a memory of a voice, spoke gently inside her mind. "Walk slowly and time will walk with you." Hannah smiled, feeling the truth of it settle warmly inside her chest. She retraced her steps out of the alley, and the moment she emerged onto the wider street, the breeze picked up again, the canal resonated its soft murmur, and the distant chime of a wind bell called out as if greeting her return. The ribbon brightened slightly, as though pleased she had understood. And so, with a heart that felt lighter and steps that felt softer, Hannah continued her journey through the dreamlike town that slept beneath the moon. Chapter 15: The Bridge of Quiet Footsteps. The moonlit ribbon guided Hannah back onto a wider street, one lined with willow trees that swayed gently, their long branches brushing the ground like soft fingertips, drawing patterns in the dust. The night deepened into a velvet stillness, and the sky glowed faintly with the silver presence of the moon. Even the stars seemed to breathe slowly, as though keeping pace with the quiet town below. Hannah walked with unhurried steps. The book she carried felt warm against her palm, its presence a steady reminder of all the gentle moments the night had offered. Soon, she arrived at a bridge. It arched gracefully over a narrow river, the water flowing beneath it with the calm rhythm of a lullaby. The wooden planks were smoothed by years of soft footsteps and even softer stories. A lantern hung at each end, round, white, painted with simple brushstrokes of cranes in flight. But the strange and most enchanting part was the sound. When Hannah stepped onto the bridge, her foot met the wood with a soft thrum, gentle, musical, almost like the faint pluck of a koto string. She took another step. Thrum. Another thrum. The bridge sang. Quietly, delicately, as though each step pulled a note from some old sleeping instrument hidden beneath the planks. Hannah paused to listen more carefully. The notes were not loud. They were not sharp. They were soft, barely more than whispers, as gentle as breath against silk. She walked further, and the melody shifted subtly, aligning itself with the rhythm of her pace. It was as though the bridge was listening to her, matching her heartbeat with each quiet note. Then she noticed a figure on the opposite side. An old woman leaned against the railing, her back slightly bent, her gray hair tied loosely with a simple ribbon. She wore a faded indigo kimono and held a small cloth pouch in both hands. She didn't seem surprised to see Hannah, she simply watched, her eyes soft and warmed deep with years. When Hannah reached her, the old woman bowed slightly. "You walk with gentle feet," she said, her voice like soft paper turning. Hannah returned the bow. "It's a beautiful bridge," she said. "It sings." The old woman chuckled softly, a sound like rustling leaves. "It sings only for some," she said. "For those who listen more than they speak." Hannah felt a shy warmth touch her cheeks. The woman opened the pouch in her hands and took out a handful of tiny wooden pieces, carved fragments of old instruments, a sliver of koto wood, a worn shamisen peg, a piece of bamboo polished smooth by years of breath. She offered them to Hannah. "Long ago," the old woman said, "musicians crossed this bridge on their way home after long nights of playing. Their music lingered in the wood a little more with each passing night." Hannah gazed at the tiny relics, each one glowing faintly under the lantern light. "So the bridge remembers," Hannah murmured. The woman nodded. "It remembers," she echoed. "And it shares those memories with the ones who walk gently." Hannah closed her hands softly around the carved pieces, feeling the warmth of their long-held stories. "May I return these to the river?" she asked, without knowing why but somehow sensing it was the right thing to do. The old woman smiled, a smile filled with quiet approval. "Yes," she said, "the river carries the dreams the bridge cannot keep." Hannah walked to the railing, leaned over, and opened her hands. The fragments fell slowly, as if drifting through honey, before touching the surface, sending ripples outward in perfect circles. The river glowed faintly under the moonlight as the fragments sank, and then the water returned to its gentle rhythm. When Hannah looked back, the old woman had stepped away from the lantern's glow, her silhouette soft and small. "Walk gently, child," she said, already fading into shadow. "Tonight's dreams are listening." Then she vanished into the willow-lined path, leaving behind only the faint scent of sandalwood and old koto strings. Hannah took one last look at the bridge. The wooden planks seemed almost alive, watching, listening, breathing quietly. When she stepped off the bridge, the moonlit ribbon curled around her feet once more, softly urging her forward toward the next quiet secret the night wished to reveal. Chapter 16: The Garden That Dreams of Dawn. The moonlit ribbon drifted ahead of Hannah, a patient guide, weaving between willow shadows and the soft glow of distant lanterns. The night had grown deeper, so deep that the edges of the houses looked like gentle strokes of ink drawn upon a silk scroll. Yet nothing felt dark. Nothing felt lonely. The town slept peacefully, and the night air carried a comforting warmth that wrapped around Hannah's light shawl. The ribbon led her to a wooden gate half hidden behind a cluster of blooming night lilies. Their petals glowed faintly, as though storing moonlight to release in soft breaths. Hannah pushed open the gate. Beyond it lay a small garden. It wasn't arranged like the formal temple gardens she had seen before. It was more intimate, a quiet place that felt as if it had grown with the rhythm of someone's heart. A narrow path of flat stones curved gently through grass that shimmered like silver threads. A bamboo fence lined one side, and from beyond it came a slow tock, 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 a water hammer tapping in steady intervals, each sound like a heartbeat steeped in stillness. Hannah stepped inside. The moment her foot touched the stone path, the garden seemed to breathe. A soft wind stirred, carrying the scent of damp earth, fresh leaves, and a faint sweetness she couldn't quite name. The moonlight gathered in the surface of a small pond ahead. Carp moved lazily beneath its slow, graceful shapes, drifting through reflections as if swimming in the night sky itself. Hannah approached the pond and knelt beside the water. Her reflection rippled gently, and for a moment felt the world around her fade into a soft haze, as if the garden had welcomed her into its private, dreaming space. Then, from somewhere behind the bamboo, a voice spoke. "Even gardens dream, you know." Hannah looked up. An elderly gardener stood a few steps away, holding a lantern in one hand. His shoulders were rounded with age, but his eyes shone with a young, steady brightness that contrasted with the lines on his face. He bowed slightly. "Good evening," he said gently. "Or perhaps good dreaming." Hannah returned the bow. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." "Ah," he chuckled, the sound soft and warm. "This garden welcomes anyone who enters quietly." He walked toward the pond, his steps as slow as falling petals. "This place was planted," he said, kneeling beside her, "for a traveler who once could not sleep at night." Hannah looked at him curiously. The gardener smiled faintly. He was a poet, he explained. A restless soul. He walked the streets when the town slept, listening to the sighs of wooden beams, the hush of water beneath bridges, the murmur of lantern flames. Hannah's heart softened at the thought. One night, the gardener continued, he sat exactly where you sit now. And he said, "I wish for a place where the night can breathe for me. So I built this garden." Hannah looked around slowly, the pond, the stones, the lilies blooming under moonlight. "It feels alive," she said. The gardener nodded. "Because it dreams," he replied. "At night, it remembers every footstep that has ever entered, every wish that has ever been whispered, every quiet tear that has ever fallen into its soil." A breeze rustled through the bamboo, gentle and rhythmic. Hannah let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "It feels peaceful," she murmured. The gardener set down his lantern, and its glow spread across the ground like warm tea. Peace, he said, comes from listening. And you have listened to every corner of this town without rushing. Hannah felt her cheeks warm again. The gardener rose slowly, as though not to disturb the air. When dawn comes, he said, this garden will fade into the light. But for now it is yours to rest in. He walked a few steps away, then paused. Oh, and if the wind feels warm for a moment, he added with a smile, that is the poet saying thank you. With that, he disappeared behind the bamboo, leaving only the gentle tapping of the water hammer. Hannah sat quietly beside the pond, the moon reflected at her knees, the garden breathing around her in slow, peaceful rhythm. She closed her eyes. For a moment, she truly felt the dream of the garden, not her own dream, but the night's. When she finally opened her eyes again, the moonlit ribbon shimmered at the garden gate, waiting with patient calm. Hannah stood, bowed deeply to the quiet garden, and stepped back onto the path. The night welcomed her like an old friend as she continued her journey through the dreaming town. Chapter 17 The House Where Shadows Rest. The moonlit ribbon drifted ahead of Hannelike, a softly glowing thread, unspooling through the quiet streets as though guiding her deeper into the night's gentlest secrets. Leaving the dreaming garden behind, she found herself moving through a district of old wooden homes, their lattice windows closed, their lanterns dimmed, their shadows long and unmoving across the stone path. Yet nothing felt eerie. The shadows here were soft, like folded blankets left out for guests. The air held a tender stillness, like that moment just before someone whispers good night. As Hannah walked, the moonlit ribbon slowed. It curled at the base of a small house with dark wooden beams and a gently sloping roof that glistened faintly with dew. The front door was old but lovingly kept, its surface smoothed by years of care. A small engraved plate hung beside it, bearing 4 delicate characters. Kagenoyado, House of Resting Shadows. Hannah tilted her head. The name felt warm, not ominous, as though the shadows here were simply weary travelers seeking a place to sleep. The door slid open before she touched it. A quiet voice called out, "You may enter." Hannah stepped inside. The interior was dim, lit only by a single lantern set on a low table. Its flame flickered lazily, as though dreaming mid-dance. The tatami floor gave off a faint scent, warm straw and age, like the memory of a summer afternoon. A woman sat by the lantern. She seemed neither young nor old. Her presence felt timeless, as though she had been sitting there for many nights and many years all at once. Her kimono was the color of ink wash, and her long hair was tied loosely with a cord. Her eyes sparkled quietly when she saw Hannah. "Welcome," she said, bowing her head. You walked gently enough for the door to hear you. Hannah felt a little shy as she stepped fully inside. "I didn't mean to intrude." "You didn't," the woman replied, her voice soft as dusk. "This house opens only to those whose shadows are calm tonight." The door slid shut behind Hannah with a soft click. The woman gestured to a cushion across from her. "Sit," she said. "Your shadow is tired." Hannah hesitated, then sat down quietly. The lantern flame wavered gently, casting shapes on the wall that moved like slow, sleepy waves. The woman followed Hannah's gaze. "In this house," she said, "shadows come to rest." Hannah blinked. "You mean actual shadows?" The woman nodded, amused. "Yes. Every person carries a shadow, not just the one cast by the light, but the shadow of their worries, their memories, their fragile thoughts. They grow heavy when we carry them for too long." She tilted her head slightly. "And tonight, yours asked for a placito's sleep." Hannah's chest warmed with something like tenderness. The woman continued, her voice flowing like a slow river. "Some shadows refuse to sleep, you see. But gentle travelers, those who walk slowly and look carefully, their shadows trust them not to rest." She reached behind her and lifted a small wooden tray. On it sat 2 lacquered cups filled with steaming tea. The aroma floated softly up, a blend of roasted barley and something floral, perhaps chrysanthemum. She offered 1 cup to Hannah. "Drink this," she said. "It helps your shadow drift into dreaming." Hannah accepted the cup with both hands. The warmth seeped into her palms. She took a sip. The tea tasted like a summer evening, warm, soothing, with a faint sweetness that settled slowly into her chest. The woman nodded approvingly. "Good," she said. "Look." She pointed to the wall. Hannah turned. Her shadow, which moments ago had been sharp and clear, now softened, its edges blurring like ink on wet paper. It swayed gently, almost drifting. It looked sleepy. Hannah let out a quiet breath. The woman smiled. "Your shadow is settling," she whispered. "When it rests well, your heart rests too." Hannah watched as her shadow shifted lower and lower until it curled slightly at the base of the wall, as though lying down to sleep. The lantern flickered, casting a warm blanket of gold over the room. The atmosphere thickened with softness, a kind of calm that felt like velvet against the skin. After a while, the woman gathered the cups and placed them gently aside. "You may go," she said softly. "Your shadow will follow after it finishes its dreaming." "Thank you," Hannah whispered, bowing deeply. The woman returned the bow, her eyes shining kindly. "Walk gently," she said. The night listens to those who move softly. Hannah stepped outside. The door closed quietly behind her. And though she could not see it, her shadow remained inside for just a little longer, curled peacefully in the warmth of lantern light. The moonlit ribbon brightened beneath her feet, waiting patiently to guide her deeper into the dreaming night. Chapter 18: The Cat Who Guards the Corners of Night. When Hannah stepped back onto the quiet street, the moonlit ribbon resumed its soft glow as though pleased that she had returned. The air felt lighter now, as if someone had brushed away a thin layer of invisible dust. Even her footsteps sounded softer. As she walked, she noticed something curious. At each intersection, each shadowed corner, each place where one street met another, a pair of faint, golden eyes would flicker open and then close again before she could fully turn to see. Not frightening eyes, more like watchful glimmers, gentle, patient, almost feline. The moonlit ribbon curled around a bend, and there, at the crossroads of 4 silent streets, sat a small stone bench. And atop it, illuminated by a single thread of moonlight, was a cat. Its fur was black as the inkest for ancient calligraphy, yet its tail tip glowed faintly like a firefly caught in motion. The cat lifted its head when Hannah approached, its golden eyes widening with polite curiosity. It greeted her with a long, slow blink. "Hello," Hannah said softly, as though greeting a neighbor she had seen many times but never spoken to. The cat yawned, a graceful, silent yawn, and hopped down from the bench with a small whoop that echoed more quiet life than seemed possible. A soft voice, neither male nor female, and not quite human, floated into the air. "You walk lightly." Hannah blinked. Did you speak?" The cat sat primly, curling its tail neatly around its paws. "I speak only when the streets are asleep," it said. "And only to those who do not disturb them." Its golden eyes shimmered with amusement. "And you, traveler, step as though carrying moonlight instead of weight." Hannah smiled, though shyly. "I didn't know anyone was watching." The cat tilted its head. "I watch the corners of night. It is my work." Hannah waited, and the cat continued. "Light and shadow do not always flow gently. Sometimes they tangle. Sometimes they gather too much. Sometimes they spill where they should not." It flicked its glowing tail tip. "I make sure everything stays balanced." Hannah crouched slightly to be more level with it. "Is that why I saw eyes in the corners of the streets?" The cat purred softly, a sound like a bell under a warm blanket. "Of course. My reflections. My echoes. My little watchers." Its whiskers twitched. "They greet kind travelers the way lanterns greet boats." Hannah felt a quiet warmth in her chest. "You aren't afraid of people?" The cat blinked once, very slowly. "I fear only loud hearts," it said. "Yours is soft tonight." For a moment, the street fell completely silent, the kind of silence that feels like a deep breath. Then the cat stood and touched its forehead lightly against Hannah's knee. A delicate blessing. A faint glow spilled from its tail and drew a small circle on the ground. The moonlit ribbons slid into that circle, waiting. The cat stepped back and looked at Hannah with warm finality. "This part of the night ends here," it said. "The next part waits ahead." Hannah hesitated. "Will I see you again?" The cat sat tall, its tail curling like a stroke from a calligraphy brush. "You will see me," it said, "whenever you turn toward a quiet corner." Its eyes glowed gently. "And whenever you walk with a peaceful heart." The breeze passed between them like a sigh. When Hannah stepped onto the moonlit ribbon again, the cat's golden eyes dimmed into the shadows. Not vanishing, but blending softly, like a guardian returning to its post. The ribbon brightened, urging her onward into the deeper, gentler parts of the sleeping town. Epilogue: when the town finally sleeps. The moonlit ribbon carried Hannah onward until even the soft shimmer beneath her feet began to thin like dew evaporating under a slow sunrise. The streets, once lined with drifting scents and warm glows, now felt as though they were exhaling one long, peaceful breath. The quiet deepened, not empty, simply content. And when Hannah turned the final corner, she found herself once more at the entrance of the sleeping town. The gate looked the same as when she first entered, timber-worn, smooth, rope tassels swaying faintly, but now she understood something she hadn't before. It was not a border. It was a gentle threshold between the world that bustles and the world that dreams. The moonlit ribbon curled at her heels, nudging her softly forward like a kindly guide who knew its work was done. Hannah paused and looked back. The town remained silent, but not in farewell. Its roofs, lanterns, steps, trees, alleys, shadows, everything seemed to glow faintly as if saying, "Rest well. We are always here, in the quiet corners of night, waiting for your next gentle step." A warm breeze brushed past, carrying the scents she had collected: steamed rice, warm tatami, pine resin, soybean candle smoke, ink, koto strings, and the faintest hint of moonlit fur. She closed her eyes and breathed in. The breeze carried something else too, a soft meow from somewhere beyond sight, the guardian cat offering its final, sleepy blessing. When she opened her eyes, the moonlit ribbon had dissolved into the earth like a returning tide. And so, with a heart quieter than it had been in many seasons. Hannah stepped outward back toward her own world. Yet as she walked, she realized something. The stillness she'd found was not behind her. It now walked with her. A softness in her chest. A slow rhythm in her breath. A calm glow beneath her thoughts. The peaceful streets of the sleeping town had woven themselves into her. And whenever the weight of day grew heavy again, she knew exactly how to return. By closing her eyes. By breathing softly. By remembering the moonlit pot that unfolds only for gentle hearts. Somewhere in the distance, a single wind bell chimed a note so soft it could have been imagined. But Hannah smiled. She knew it wasn't. The town was saying, "Good night, rest well, and come back whenever you wish."